The hour is late, and the world outside your window has grown quiet. The tasks of the day are finished, and there is nothing left to do but let your thoughts drift. Rest is welcome here, and sleep is already near. If you wish, you may settle in, and perhaps choose to remain with this channel as you journey deeper into the night. There is no need to decide now, only to let go. Darkness rests over fields long since gone to seed, where the memory of growth persists beneath the soil. The cultivation of necessity has faded, replaced by the uniform rows of modern harvests, leaving the forgotten to return to the earth. In medieval times, the rhythm of survival was tied to what could be relied upon, what could be stored, and what could quietly endure. Among these were plants that asked for little and offered much, their names now unfamiliar on the tongue, their shapes absent from the market stalls we know. Consider the root known as skirret. It required no careful tending, no constant vigilance against pests or blight. Once its slender white form was placed into the ground, it did its work in silence, multiplying in the cool darkness without demand. It was a patient form of abundance. Farmers could attend to other labors, to the pressing concerns of livestock and grain, knowing that this sweet treasure was accumulating unseen. In winter, when the frost gripped the land and the soil grew hard, the skirret remained below, a reserve of sustenance that could be lifted from the earth when other provisions had grown scarce. Its flavor was noted for a particular sweetness, a gentle sugar that made it a luxury even among nobility, who ordered it planted within palace walls, a delicacy born of resilience. There was also a plant that knew no borders, a vigorous green called Alexander. It arrived with the Romans and promptly refused confinement. It grew along roadsides and cliff faces, in coastal salt spray and disturbed earth, thriving with an indifference to human design. Every part of it served a purpose. The stems could be eaten like celery, the flowers added to salads, the seeds ground as a substitute for pepper. It was a self-sufficient guest, arriving without invitation and making itself indispensable. Its height was considerable, crowned with yellow blooms that drew insects, a bustling hub of life in an otherwise ordered world. It was foraged as much as it was cultivated, a lesson in seeing the value in what persists without permission. Yet, in time, the neatness of cultivated celery, a plant that would stay where it was put, supplanted this wild generousness. The forager's knowledge faded, and the plant returned to being seen merely as a weed, passed by on a country walk without a second glance. In the medieval garden, one might have found good King Henry growing in a shaded corner. Its name remains a small mystery, a royal title bestowed upon a humble, leafy green. It was a perennial, emerging each spring without fail, a steady promise in a world of uncertainty. Its nutritional worth was substantial, containing iron and vitamin C, elements vital to health in an age where deficiency was a constant shadow. The plant offered itself in stages. The young shoots in spring could be prepared like asparagus, the mature leaves like spinach, the flower buds like a form of tiny broccoli. It was a singular source of multiple foods, a quiet efficiency in an era of labor. It also held a place in folk medicine, its leaves applied to wounds, its roots steeped into a mild tea. It was, in some regions, called all good, a simple name for a plant that asked for little and gave much. As farming scaled and standardized, such multifaceted, perennial greens were left behind in favor of annuals that fit more neatly into the cycles of commerce and trade. Then there was the root named salsify, a vegetable of peculiar illusion. When cooked with care, its flesh took on the distinct and uncanny flavor of oysters. This made it a treasure for days of religious fasting, when meat and fish were forbidden. Monasteries would cultivate it deliberately for this purpose, a way to conjure the taste of the sea from the soil of their cloistered gardens. It existed in both white and black varieties, each with a long, thin root cloaked in a dark, unappealing skin. This exterior concealed the delicate flavor within, a lesson in not judging by appearance. Its value was amplified by its timing. It could remain in the frozen ground through the winter, a living pantry that could be accessed as needed. Once harvested, it kept for months in cool, dark storage, a durability that made it a reliable friend through the long, barren season. Modern agriculture, with its focus on speed and uniformity, gradually abandoned it, preferring crops that grew faster and presented themselves more appealingly on the surface. A fruit of necessary patience was the medlar. To look upon it fresh from the tree was to see something uninviting. A small, hard, brown fruit with an open bottom revealing its seeds. It was brutally bitter, utterly inedible. The medieval gardener understood that its virtue was not immediate. It required a process called bledding, a controlled softening, a surrender to time. The fruit would be stored for weeks until it transformed, its flesh turning soft, brown, and sweet, reminiscent of spiced applesauce. This transformed pulp was then used in tarts, jellies, and wines. The medlar was a lesson in delayed gratification, in the alchemy of decay. It ripened in late autumn, one of the final gifts of the orchard before winter's silence, and after its transformation, it could provide a rare sweetness in the depth of winter. Our contemporary demand for instant, perfect-looking produce has no place for such a process, for a fruit that requires one to wait, and to understand that ripeness can come in unexpected forms. Chickweed, in contrast, asked for no patience at all. It was, and is everywhere, a low, spreading mat of tiny leaves and delicate white stars for flowers. It appeared in every crack, every furrow, every corner of the medieval world, uninvited and persistent. Instead of waging constant war against it, medieval people recognized its gentle offering. Its leaves could be gathered nearly year-round, a always available green. They were remarkably rich in vitamin C, a crucial nutrient often scarce in winter months. It was food for the peasant and the noble alike during lean times, a free and generous supplement to the diet. It also held medicinal cooling properties, used in poultices for the skin or brewed as a tea. Modern farming, with its chemical herbicides, reclassified this widespread nutrition as a nuisance, a competitor to be eliminated, a volunteer that was no longer welcome at the table. A plant burdened with an unfortunate name was scorzonera. Its title sounded more like an affliction than a food, derived from an old word for a venomous snake, based on a belief it could cure bites. While that belief proved false, the root itself proved valuable. Longer and straighter than its relative salsify, with a black skin and white interior, its flavor was a mild, sweet combination reminiscent of asparagus and nuts. Its greatest practical virtue was its exceptional keeping quality. Harvested in autumn, the roots could be buried in sand in a cellar and would remain fresh and edible until the following summer. In an age before preservation technology, such longevity was a form of security. It was especially valued in monastery gardens, used during fasting periods, and valued for its supposed medicinal properties for the blood and stomach. Its decline was not due to any failing, but simply because the modern world, with its global supply chains and refrigeration, no longer needed a vegetable that could keep for 9 months in a box of sand. Welsh onions present a case of mistaken identity. They are not from Wales, nor are they true onions. They are a perennial allium, likely originating in East Asia, that found a home in medieval European gardens. Once planted, they returned year after year, gradually multiplying into dense clumps that could be divided and shared. They provided a constant supply of fresh green onion tops, even through mild winters, when all other garden greens had vanished. They were a steady, reliable source of flavor for soups and stews, a perennial answer to the annual question of scarcity. Their decline came with the preference for the larger, bulbous annual onions that could be harvested, sold, and stored in quantity. The Welsh onion's quiet, persistent offer of perennial greens was deemed less efficient than the bulk harvest of its more dramatic cousin. Fat hen was another wild volunteer, a tall, robust plant that appeared in disturbed soils. Recent analysis reveals it to be exceptionally nutritious, rich in protein, iron, and calcium. It earned its name because chickens fed upon it thrived, producing more eggs and growing plump. Medieval people ate it as a leafy green, boiling it like spinach or adding it raw to salads, and in desperate times even ground its seeds for flour. Archaeological evidence shows its seeds are commonly found in medieval waste pits, confirming it was a regular part of the diet. It was a wild superfood, a robust plant that grew without care and offered significant nourishment. Modern agriculture, however, sees it only as a weed, a competitor for resources in cultivated fields, and thus it has been systematically removed from our consciousness as a source of food. The herb lovage was once a culinary giant. Brought by Romans and cherished by medieval monks, it is a plant of intense flavor, like celery amplified, potent and pervasive. A single sprig could season an entire pot of soup. Its leaves, stems, seeds, and roots were all used, dried for seasoning, candied as sweets, boiled as vegetables. It was also a valued digestive aid, its oils believed to settle the stomach and reduce bloating. A lovage plant is a long-term investment, living for decades and growing to an impressive height, providing a vast amount of flavor from a small footprint. Its disappearance from common use is somewhat puzzling. As global trade introduced new, exotic spices, the powerful, familiar punch of homegrown lovage may have come to seem rustic, too strong, too ordinary. The garden lost a steadfast, multi-purpose resident, one that asked for little but gave a profound and lasting flavor. Corn salad suffers from a persistent name confusion. It has nothing to do with maize. Its name comes from its habit of growing in fields of grain, which in Europe were called corn fields. It is a small, tender green that appears in autumn after the harvest and persists through the winter. Its flavor is mild, slightly nutty, without the bitterness of many wild greens. Nutritionally, it is rich in omega-3 fatty acids, iron, and vitamin C. It was a foraged winter bounty, a fresh green found in the dormant landscape. As organized agriculture developed specific lettuce varieties for year-round production, this reliable, cold-hardy wild green was gradually forgotten. Its name now a confusing artifact of an older agricultural language. Tansy is a herb that modern palates might find overwhelming. It is a bushy perennial with fern-like leaves and bright yellow button flowers, every part of it saturated with a powerful, complex aroma, bitter, spicy, and sweet. Medieval cuisine embraced this intensity, using tansy in puddings, cheeses, and even alish. Its strong flavor compounds also acted as a natural preservative, extending the life of foods. Medicinally, it was used to treat digestive issues and fevers. It was often planted near doorways where its scent would deter insects. As tastes shifted toward milder herbs like parsley and basil, tansy's aggressive profile fell out of favor. It became a relic, a flavor too bold for a tamer culinary age. Sea kale grows wild along northern European coastlines, a hardy plant that thrives in salty, sandy soils where little else will. Its young shoots, when blanched, are tender like asparagus. Its mature leaves can be cooked like cabbage. It is remarkably high in vitamin C, making it a crucial guard against scurvy for coastal communities. It asked for nothing, simply growing where it was planted by the sea and wind. Its disappearance from common knowledge is a quiet mystery, a nutritious, accessible, perennial food source, overlooked as diets became more centralized and reliant on cultivated fields far from the shore. Woad lived a double life. It was primarily cultivated for its leaves, which produced a prized blue dye for textiles and body paint. The dye-making process was notoriously foul-smelling, often relegated by law to areas downwind of settlements. Yet, before the leaves developed their potent dye compounds, the young, tender growth was edible, harvested for spring salads, with a mild, peppery flavor similar to mustard greens. It was a plant of utility, serving both the body as food and the community as a source of color and identity. Its edible nature was a secondary benefit, a brief window of nourishment before its primary industrial purpose took over. And finally, the common turnip, a staple of the medieval diet, holds a forgotten half. While the bulbous root is well known, its leafy green tops were equally, if not more, valued. These greens are significantly richer in calcium, vitamin A, and protein than the root itself. Medieval cooks would carefully harvest the outer leaves throughout the season, using them in soups and stews, adding a peppery vitality to meals. The root was the storage crop, the reserve for winter, but the greens were the ongoing, renewable harvest. In our modern focus on the root, we have neglected this dual yield, using only part of what the plant offers. The night continues, deep and still. The memories of these plants are like echoes in an empty cellar, faint but persistent. They speak of a different relationship with the land, one of observation and adaptation, of using what was offered freely and nurturing what endured. This knowledge did not vanish in a moment, but faded slowly, like light from a winter sky, replaced by the bright, uniform glare of efficiency. There is no moral to this, only an observation of what was, and what is no longer seen. The silence between these thoughts is long, and within it, the mind can wander without destination, tracing the ghostly outlines of roots in dark soil, of leaves in a forgotten corner of a garden, of flavors that have retreated from common memory. The darkness outside is complete now, a blanket over the fields where these things once grew, and the only sound is the gradual, steady rhythm of rest, moving ever onward, without a need for conclusion. The darkness outside is not empty. It holds the shape of things that have grown and been forgotten, the memory of cultivation that has since returned to wildness. The soil remembers what has been placed within it, even if the hands that did the planting are long since still. In the quiet of this hour, one can consider the texture of that past labor, the daily routines that shaped and were shaped by the land. The medieval farmer rose not to an alarm, but to the slow seep of gray light along the horizon, a light that did not yet distinguish field from forest. The first breaths of the morning were cool, often damp with mist that clung to woolen sleeves and the hides of waiting oxen. There was a stiffness in the limbs, a physical residue of the previous day's toil that had to be worked out through motion. The hauling of water, the checking of fences, the feeding of animals whose low sounds were the first true conversation of the day. The day's work was dictated by seasons in a way that left little room for abstraction. One did not think of time as a series of appointments, but as a rotation of tasks. The turning of earth, the sowing of seed, the endless war against weeds, the vigilant watch for signs of blight or pestilence, the harvest, the slaughter, the storage. Each action was physical, measured in the ache of the back, the roughness of the palms, the weight of a basket, or the pull of a plow. The mind, in such a life, becomes observational in a specific, narrow way. It notes the subtle yellowing of a leaf, the particular density of a cloud that might promise rain or threaten hail, the direction of the wind that carries the smell of distant frost. It is a mental state focused entirely on the immediate and the practical, where the luxury of speculation is rare and often unwelcome. The thought of a vegetable like skirret, quietly multiplying unseen, provided a small mental respite, a certainty in the ground that required no daily scrutiny. Between these labors were moments of simple, profound weariness. A rest taken at the edge of a field, the body leaning against a stone wall or the trunk of a tree, the eyes staring not at a horizon but at the dirt between one's own feet. The silence in these pauses was not one of peace, but of exhaustion so complete it temporarily silenced even worry. The taste of a simple meal, coarse bread, a bit of cheese, perhaps some of those foraged greens like fat hen or corn salad, was less about flavor and more about the temporary cessation of hunger's ache. Eating was functional, a refueling of the machine that would need to continue its work until the light failed. The consumption of these forgotten plants was not a culinary choice but an act of metabolic necessity, a gathering of calories and nutrients from whatever source presented itself, whether deliberately sown or casually discovered. Indoors, the environment was one of perpetual semi-darkness, even during the day. Small windows, often covered with oiled parchment or wooden shutters, allowed only modest shafts of dust-moted light to penetrate. The air was thick with the smells of smoke from the central hearth, of drying herbs hung from the rafters, of damp wool, of humanity and its animals sharing the same roof. At night, the darkness within was absolute, a palpable presence broken only by the faint, pulsating glow of embers in the hearth. In this dark, sound became amplified. The rustle of straw in a mattress, the sigh of a sleeping child, the scuttle of a mouse in the thatch, the wind finding its way through cracks in the wall. It was in this intimate, sensory-rich gloom that knowledge was passed in low tones, which herb eased a cough, which root could be dug after a frost, which berry would cause sickness if eaten before the first cold snap. This was the university of survival, its lessons repeated until they became as instinctive as breath. The passing of time was marked not by clocks, but by rituals and repetitions. The same path was worn to the well, the same field was walked at dawn and dusk, the same prayers were murmured at the same hours. This repetition was not monotonous in the modern sense. It was the very fabric of stability. The return of the swallows, the blooming of the hawthorn, the particular slant of the autumn light. These were the calendars and the clocks. Within this cycle, the life of a perennial plant like good King Henry or Welsh onions was a trusted ally. Its return each spring was a reassurance, a green promise that life continued its circuits. Its disappearance from gardens represented a break in that relationship, a choice to rely on the new and the purchased rather than the familiar and the self-renewing. There was also the shared life of the community, a constant low-grade friction and fellowship. Work was often communal. The raising of a barn, the harvesting of a lord's fields, the shearing of sheep. In these gatherings there was gossip, complaint, song, and the transfer of the very knowledge that sustained the group. A woman might point out a patch of chickweed to a younger one, explaining how to prepare it. A man might trade a division of his Welsh onions for a length of rope. This network of practical knowledge and mutual obligation was the social soil in which these plants were cultivated, both literally and figuratively. Their gradual disappearance from use coincided with the unraveling of these tightly knit, local systems of knowledge and exchange, replaced by broader, more impersonal markets. The mental landscape was one of accepted limitation. One did not expect to travel beyond the horizon one could see from the highest local hill. News from the wider world was rare, often distorted, and largely irrelevant to the immediate concerns of weather and harvest. This created a profound inward focus, a deep attention to the microcosm of one's own village, fields, and household. The value of a plant was judged within this tiny universe. Was it reliable? Was it nutritious? Could it be stored? Did it have multiple uses? The forgotten vegetables excelled in these pragmatic, localized criteria. They failed not in the test of the medieval hamlet, but in the test of the emerging national and global economy, which valued transportability, uniformity, and shelf appeal over resilient utility. As the night wears on, these images and rhythms can blur together. The feel of damp soil, the smell of a smoky room, the ache of tired muscles, the taste of a simple, earthy soup. They form a tapestry of ordinary existence, where drama was found not in great events but in small survivals. making it through another winter, the successful birth of a calf, the discovery of a beehive in a hollow tree, the reliable sweetness of a skirret root pulled from the frozen January ground. This was a life lived close to the bone, where joy and sorrow were both acute and directly tied to the physical world. The focus can shift now from the human scale to the environmental to the land itself through the slow turn of a year. Imagine a field in early spring, the soil cold and cloddy under a pale sky. The work of plowing is slow, the oxen moving with a patient, plodding rhythm, the plowshare turning over dark, wet earth. In the margins, where the plow does not reach, the first green spikes of Alexander might be showing, and the rosettes of corn salad left over from winter persist. The air is sharp, carrying the smell of turned soil and distant rain. There is a feeling of potential, but it is a potential weighted with risk, with the knowledge that a late frost could kill the tender seedlings that will soon be sown. Then comes the full green press of summer, a time of intense, humid labor. The days are long, the sun strong on the back of the neck. Weeding is a constant, mind-numbing task, performed on hands and knees, the fingers learning to distinguish between the wanted seedling and the unwanted invader, though that distinction was often flexible. Fat hen might be left to grow in a corner, chickweed tolerated along a path. The air hums with insects, and the field is a cacophony of birdsong and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Growth is almost visible, a palpable force. In the kitchen garden, the lovage grows tall and pungent, the tansy bushes out, its yellow flowers bright against its dark green foliage. The Welsh onions stand in neat, green clumps. This is the season of apparent abundance, but it is a busy, demanding abundance that offers no rest. Autumn brings a different quality of light, golden and slanted, and a shift in the work. The urgency of harvest replaces the vigilance of cultivation. It is a time of collective effort and long days of cutting, gathering, threshing, and storing. The air turns crisp, smelling of ripe grain, decaying leaves, and wood smoke. This is when the medlars are gathered, hard and unyielding, to be laid out on straw to blet. The salsify and scorzonera are marked for later digging. The turnip greens are harvested one last time before the roots are pulled. There is a sense of culmination, of reckoning with the year's labor. The successes and failures are made manifest in the fullness or sparseness of the storage bins and root cellars. The first true frosts come, painting the grass white in the morning, a sharp reminder of what is to come. Then winter, the great quiet. The fields lie fallow, bare or covered with a thin blanket of snow. The world seems to contract. Life retreats indoors, huddled around the hearth's limited warmth. The diet narrows to stored grains, salted meat, pickled vegetables, and the precious, enduring roots, the skirret, the salsify, the turnips, that can be fetched from their earthen storage or dug from the frozen garden plot. The sea kale, on distant coasts, would be one of the few green things still living. This is a time of endurance, of patience, of stories told and crafts practiced by the dim firelight. It is a time when the body slows and the mind turns inward, perhaps dwelling on the past year or the one to come, but always within the confines of the cold and the dark. The cyclical nature of existence is felt most deeply in this season, in the waiting for the light to return. The night now is like that winter darkness, deep and encompassing. The slow narration of these rhythms and routines is not leading to a point, but simply tracing the outline of a vanished way of being. It is a pattern of rising and resting, of labor and respite, of scarcity and enough. The forgotten vegetables were threads in that pattern, integral to its strength and its texture. Their absence from our plates is a minor detail in the vast rewriting of human life, but it is a telling one. It speaks of a move away from deep, localized knowledge and resilience toward a system where food is a product, separated from its story and from the labor that produced it. One can linger on the sensory details. the particular crunch of a raw Welsh onion shoot, the earthy, oyster-like scent of salsify roasting in ashes, the oddly pleasant, musty sweetness of a fully bled medlar, the clean, peppery taste of turnip greens in a thin broth. These are ghost sensations, impressions from a palate that has largely been retired. They belong to a world where flavor was not a commodity to be engineered, but a simple, direct result of a plant's nature and the soil that nurtured it. The quiet in the room now is total. The recitation of these details, the chill of a morning, the weight of a harvest basket, the smell of a damp cloak, the taste of a forgotten green, serves only to fill the space with a gentle, undemanding presence. There is no story to follow to its end, only a series of observations about how things once were, and how time has gradually, inexorably, covered them over. The mind can rest on any one of these images, as one might rest on a stone, feeling its solidity, its coolness, its simple existence. There is no need to connect them to build an argument or derive a meaning. They are simply there, like stones in a field, and the voice that describes them is as steady and unvarying as the darkness that holds them. The night continues, moment by moment, and the whisper of the past is just another sound within it, no more or less significant than the sound of your own breath, in and out, in the quiet dark. The cultivation of the land was a dialogue conducted in gestures of necessity, not in words. The farmer's hand, brushing against the young leaves of a plant, was a form of recognition, a tactile inquiry into its health and progress. The soil under the fingernails, the permanent grime in the creases of the knuckles, were badges of this ongoing conversation. There was an intimacy to this labor that modern machinery has erased, a direct physical connection between the human body and the source of its sustenance. The forgotten vegetables were participants in this quiet exchange. They did not shout for attention with vibrant colors or oversized fruits. They were modest, often underground or camouflaged among weeds, their value known only to those who had learned their language. Consider the act of foraging, which was not a hobby but a vital component of subsistence. A child might be sent to the hedgerow to gather whatever greens were available, learning from an early age to distinguish the edible from the poisonous, the tender from the tough. The sight of fat hen growing in the disturbed earth of a pig yard was not an annoyance but an opportunity. The gathering basket would be filled with its robust leaves, a haul of free nutrition that required no sowing, no weeding, no investment of precious seed. This knowledge was passed down through demonstration, not through books. A grandmother would point silently to a cluster of chickweed, her hands then miming the action of plucking the tender tips. No explanation was needed. The lesson was absorbed through repetition, becoming as natural as knowing that fire burns or that water is wet. The architectural space of the medieval home also reflected this relationship with plants. The house was not separate from the processes of life. It was their hub. Herbs like lovage and tansy were not merely grown in a distant garden plot. They were cultivated right outside the door, within arm's reach of the cooking area. Their smells would mix with the wood smoke, becoming part of the olfactory identity of the home. Inside, bunches of herbs hung from the beams to dry, their shadows dancing in the firelight. Roots like skirret or scorzonera would be stored in a cool, dark corner of the single room, perhaps in a wooden crate filled with sand. Their presence a quiet comfort, a edible savings against future want. The home was, in essence, a living pantry and pharmacy, and the plants were its most reliable contents. The pace of change was geological, measured in generations, not in seasons. A variety of pea might slowly adapt to a particular microclimate over a century. A method of storing turnips in a clay-lined pit might be refined by a grandfather and passed to his grandson. The introduction of a new plant, like the Welsh onion, was a significant event, a ripple that would spread slowly through the local network of kinship and exchange. Its perennial nature would be observed, tested, and finally trusted, and then it would become a fixture, a small but meaningful upgrade to the family's food security. The disappearance of a plant like skirret was equally slow. It did not vanish in a season. First, it would be grown less frequently as other, more fashionable roots gained favor among the local lord or at the market. Then, the seed would become harder to obtain. Finally, the last elderly gardener who remembered its particular sweetness would pass away, and the knowledge of how to prepare it, when to harvest it, would fade like the last light of a long evening. Its extinction from common use was not an event, but a gradual forgetting. The weather was not a topic of conversation. It was the conversation. The slant of the rain, the direction of the wind at dawn, the thickness of the frost. These were data points in a constant calculation of survival. A stretch of unseasonably warm days in late winter could be a catastrophe, tricking fruit trees to bud only to be killed by the inevitable return of frost. A dry spring meant anxious eyes scanning the sky, prayers muttered for the clouds to gather. In this context, a plant's hardiness was its supreme virtue. The ability of sea kale to withstand salt spray and coastal winds, of chickweed to green up after a slight thaw, of salsify to sit frozen in the ground without rotting. These were not minor botanical curiosities. They were lifelines. The modern gardener selects for taste and yield. The medieval gardener selected, whether consciously or not, for forgiveness. A plant that could endure a mistake, a drought, a late frost, was a plant that would be saved, its seed carefully collected and sown again. The darkness now is not merely an absence of light, but a substance. It has weight and depth like black water. Within it, the minutiae of that older existence can be examined with a detached clarity. The sound of a scythe being whetted on a stone before dawn, the rhythmic swish-thump of its passage through tall grass, the feel of coarse linen, worn soft by sweat and sun, against the skin, the particular way hunger feels after 10 hours of labor. Not a pang, but a hollow, demanding presence. The taste of water drawn from a deep well, cold and tasting of stone. The forgotten vegetables were components within this sensory matrix. The crisp, anise-like bite of Alexander stems broken fresh from the plant would have been a familiar midday snack for someone working in the fields. The creamy, faintly oceanic richness of a salsify soup would have been a profound luxury on a cold evening, a small miracle conjured from the winter earth. There was also the economy of waste, which was an alien concept. Nothing was wasted because nothing could be afforded to be wasted. The tough outer leaves of cabbage, the tops of root vegetables, the peels of certain tubers, all would go into the soup pot to simmer for hours, extracting every last bit of nutrition and flavor. A chicken carcass would be boiled and reboiled until the bones literally crumbled. In this system, a plant like Good King Henry, which offered edible shoots, leaves, and flower buds, was a model of efficiency. It provided multiple harvests from a single plant, each part usable at a different time. Its decline in favor of spinach, which offers only leaves and must be resown each year, represents a shift away from this meticulous, waste-not philosophy. It was a move toward specialization where a plant has one primary product, and the rest is discarded. The communal boundaries were also the boundaries of knowledge. What grew well in the clay soil of one village might fail in the sandy soil of the next, 5 miles away. Local varieties and local practices were paramount. A method for leaching bitterness from certain wild greens, using successive boils of water, might be common knowledge in one valley and unknown in the next. This hyperlocalism meant that biodiversity was, in a sense, enforced by isolation. The skirret that thrived in the loam of a river valley might be a different strain, subtly adapted, from the skirret grown on a chalky hillside. The loss of these vegetables is also the loss of these microadaptations, these countless localized dialogues between plant and place that had evolved over centuries. Modern agriculture replaces these countless local conversations with a single, loud monologue delivered in the language of chemical inputs and standardized seed packets. Silence in that time was different. It was not an absence of noise, but an absence of certain kinds of noise. There was no hum of electricity, no drone of distant traffic. The silence was populated by natural sounds. The wind in the trees, the call of owls, the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth, the crackle of a dying fire. In that acoustic space, the human voice, even at a normal speaking volume, carried weight and intimacy. Stories, recipes, warnings, and knowledge were shared in this quiet arena. The description of how to identify scorzonera by its first leaves in spring, or how long to let medlars blet on a north-facing windowsill, would be imparted in this quiet tone, meant to be remembered. The knowledge was kept alive in the quiet spaces between labors, in the fire-lit evenings of winter, in the shared rest at the edge of a field. Now, the silence is of a different order. It is the silence of a world temporarily paused, of machines powered down, of digital streams halted. Into this artificial quiet, the voice can describe the texture of wool soaked by morning dew, the daunting sight of a field that needed weeding, the simple satisfaction of a full woodpile as autumn approached. These are not nostalgic images. They are simply facts of a different mode of existence. The mind can wander through them without judgment, like walking through an abandoned house, touching the objects left behind, wondering at their purpose, feeling the ghost of the utility they once held. The endurance required was not just physical but psychological. The horizon of one's life was often the same horizon one saw every day. The future was largely a repetition of the past, with minor variations. This could breed a profound fatalism, but also a deep stoic acceptance. Within that acceptance, small things took on great significance. The first asparagus-like spear of good King Henry poking through the cold spring soil was an event. The discovery of a large patch of wild strawberries was a cause for celebration. The successful storage of a basket of skirret roots through to March was a personal victory. The emotional landscape was one of subdued peaks and valleys, where joy and despair were both tempered by the knowledge that the sun would rise tomorrow and work would need to be done regardless. The light changes as it always does. The deep black of midnight softens to the charcoal gray of pre-dawn. In that medieval world, this was the signal to stir, to feel for cold clothes in the dark, to begin again the cycle of labor. In this present darkness, there is no such requirement. The gray can simply be observed, a slow dilution of the night. The descriptions can continue to unwind, detail upon detail, with no destination in mind. The way a wooden bowl feels in the hands, smooth and worn. The sound of rain on a thatched roof, a steady, soothing percussion. The sight of a candle flame reflected in a child's watching eyes. The smell of linen stored with dried lavender and tansy leaves to keep moths away. The taste of coarse, dark bread dipped in a thin pottage flavored with lovage. These sensory threads weave a fabric of the ordinary, a fabric that was once worn every day. The forgotten vegetables are merely particular threads in that weave, their color and texture contributing to the whole. To pull them out is to subtly alter the pattern, to create a gap where before there was continuity. The modern world has not just pulled out a few threads. It has created an entirely new fabric, with different materials, a different pattern, and a different purpose. The old fabric is now a relic, studied for its craftsmanship but no longer used for its original intent. The voice that describes it does so evenly, without lament, simply noting the weave, the texture, the fading colors of skirret white and sea kale blue-green and tansy yellow, all against the enduring, unvarying backdrop of the dark. The knowledge of plants was not held in libraries but in the movement of hands. The way to separate the tender core of an Alexander stem from its fibrous outer layer was a technique learned through mimicry, the fingers of a child following the motions of a parent. The precise moment to harvest salsify, after the first frosts had sweetened it but before the ground became iron-hard, was a judgment call written in the feel of the soil and the look of the sky, not on a calendar. This was embodied intelligence, a catalog of physical truths stored in muscle memory and the subconscious. The fading of these vegetables represents a deletion of files from this biological hard drive. We may still have the names skirret, scorzonera, but the manual, the exact pressure needed to lift the root without breaking it, the recognition of its prime leaf in spring, is largely gone, leaving the words hollow, labels on empty jars. The division between food and medicine was faint, often non-existent. A pot of soup was both sustenance and treatment. The lovage floating in the broth was not merely for flavor. It was to settle the stomach after a meager diet of stale bread. A poultice of chickweed was first aid, applied to a burn from a cooking fire. Tansy tea was a periodic purge, a bitter tonic against the vague imbalances believed to cause ague and lethargy. The garden was an apothecary, and every plant had a dual citizenship in the realms of nutrition and healing. This holistic view meant usefulness was paramount. A plant that could fill the belly and soothe a cough was worth far more than one that simply tasted pleasant. When we relegated these plants to the category of forgotten, we were not just setting aside food sources. We were discarding an entire integrated system of self-care, however rudimentary it may have been by modern standards. The convenience of the pharmacy shelf and the supermarket aisle created a clean, clinical separation that our ancestors would have found puzzling and inefficient. The night's progress is marked only by a deepening of stillness. In such a stillness, the minor physical realities of that past life come into sharp, unemotional focus. The persistent, low-grade ache in the lower back from bending to weed or harvest. The permanent chill in the feet during winter, no matter how close to the fire one sat. The grit that found its way into every meal. The crunch of fine soil between the teeth. An accepted texture. The way smoke from the hearth would cling to hair and woolens, creating a personal atmosphere that traveled with a person from home to field and back again. Within this context of minor, constant discomfort, the pleasures were equally physical and direct. The warmth of the sun on a still back after a chill morning. The profound relief of cool water from the jug on a sweltering day. The visceral satisfaction of consuming a thick slice of onion or the sweet, starchy flesh of a roasted skirret root after hours of hard labor. These were not cerebral enjoyments but cellular ones, registered by a body pushed to its limits and grateful for any input of comfort or energy. The social hierarchy was mirrored in the garden and on the plate. The Lord's table might feature the same skirret root as the peasants', but it would be prepared with expensive spices, honey, and wine, transformed into a confection. The peasant would boil it simply, if it was available to them at all. Some plants, like the medlar, had a period of fashion among the nobility for their novelty and required patience, a luxury the poor could seldom afford. Other plants, like fat hen and chickweed, were so common and associated with poverty that they carried a social stigma, eaten out of necessity but not celebrated. This dynamic is ancient and persistent. The movement of a food from peasant staple to noble delicacy and back again is a slow dance of scarcity and prestige. The final forgetting of these plants often occurred when they became permanently stuck in the category of famine food or poor man's vegetable, their very resilience and ease of growth becoming marks against them in an era that began to associate value with difficulty and rarity. Time was also experienced through the body's own cycles of hunger and fullness, energy and fatigue. The day was segmented not by hours but by these internal states. There was the first hunger upon waking, staved off by a small piece of bread. The deeper, clawing hunger of mid-morning, alleviated by a pause for a more substantial piece of cheese or cold bacon. the profound depletion of midday, requiring the main meal, the slow ebbing of energy through the afternoon, and the final, gentle hunger of evening, satisfied by a thin pottage before sleep. The plants fitted into this rhythm. The quick, leafy greens like corn salad or turnip tops could be gathered and cooked rapidly for a morning or evening meal. The substantial roots like turnips or skirret were for the day's main repast, providing ballast. The herbs were the constant, minute flavorings that made the monotony of the staples bearable. The body was a clock, and its needs were the chimes that structured the day, a rhythm now drowned out by the artificial schedules of clocks and the constant availability of snacks. The concept of wild and cultivated was a spectrum, not a binary. A patch of good King Henry might be deliberately encouraged near the kitchen door, but it was also foraged from the edges of the woods. Alexanders, though originally planted, would naturalize along a stream bank and be gathered from there for years after. This created a landscape of semi-domestication, where human influence and natural propagation were intertwined. The land was not a blank slate for imposition but a partner in a loose, collaborative arrangement. The modern agricultural ideal of total control, a field of a single uniform crop, would have seemed strange and needlessly vulnerable. Diversity, even if it included weeds like fat hen, was a hedge against total failure. If the barley crop was poor, perhaps the fat hen in the field margins was abundant. This acceptance of a certain level of chaos was a form of risk management, a wisdom born of repeated catastrophe. Now, in the sustained dark, the mind can trace the contours of this partnership without romanticism. It was a pragmatic, often strained relationship. The land could be bountiful or miserly, and the human response was a mix of reverence, coercion, and supplication. Rituals to bless the fields, charms to protect seedlings, offerings left at the base of an ancient tree. These were the psychological expressions of this precarious dependence. The vegetables themselves were the tangible results of this ongoing negotiation. Each successful harvest, each root stored through the winter, was a treaty signed between human effort and natural allowance. Their disappearance from our plates is a sign that this particular treaty, negotiated over millennia, has been superseded by a new set of agreements with global supply chains, with petrochemical companies, with seed patents, agreements that are arguably more powerful but also more brittle, lacking the deep, localized resilience of the old ways. The sound of the narrative is meant to be like the sound of rain on a roof or wind in a stand of pines, a constant, natural presence without a narrative arc. It describes the condensation on a clay water jug in the morning, the way a wooden handle becomes smooth and warm in the palm after a day's use, the particular silence of a snowfall muffling the world, the sharp, clean smell of the air after a thunderstorm, the gritty texture of stone-ground bread, the faint, peppery taste of a turnip green, the visual monotony of a gray sky that promises neither rain nor sun, the heavy, damp warmth of a cow byre, the scratch of a quill on parchment in a monk's cell, recording a recipe for medlar jelly. These are the beads on a string, each one a discrete observation, and the string is simply the continuous, unbroken thread of attention, moving from one to the next without haste or predetermined design. The darkness is now a settled fact, no longer approaching but fully present. Within it, the catalog of lost connections can continue indefinitely. The connection between a specific taste and a specific season, the oyster-like flavor of salsify inextricably linked to the lean weeks of Lent. The connection between a plant's life cycle and the liturgical calendar, with tansy pudding for Easter, certain herbs for feast days. The connection between a child's growth and the height of the Welsh onions, a perennial marker against the wall of the house. These connections wove the human story into the story of the land, creating a rich, layered tapestry where biology and culture were inseparable. The act of forgetting these vegetables is an act of pulling threads from that tapestry, simplifying the pattern, making it easier to read from a distance but losing the intricate, localized detail that gave it its true depth and meaning. The voice does not mourn this. It simply notes the process, the slow unraveling, as one might note the gradual fading of color from a fabric left in the sun, a natural consequence of time and changed conditions, observed without interruption, in the calm that holds everything. The quality of attention required by that world was different. It was a wide-focus gaze, not trained on a single point but absorbing the entire field of vision for minute changes. The farmer walking his land at dusk was not simply surveying property. He was reading a living text. The way the shadows fell across a particular furrow, the slight silvering of certain leaves that might indicate blight, the patterns of bird activity over a grain field, all were paragraphs in a daily report on the state of things. This observational mode was passive yet deeply engaged, a form of listening with the eyes. The forgotten vegetables were characters in this text. Their presence, or unusual vigor, or early wilting, were sentences conveying information about soil health, moisture, and coming weather. To lose them was to lose a set of data points, to have pages torn from the book of the land, creating gaps in a story that was once continuously legible. Labor created its own acoustics, the thock of a hoe breaking clay, the rasp of a scythe being sharpened, the steady, breathy rhythm of someone winnowing grain, tossing it into the air and letting the wind carry the chaff away. These sounds marked time as surely as a ticking clock. They were the audible signature of survival. In the quiet between these sounds, there was the rustle of a hand moving through a patch of chickweed, the soft snap of an Alexander stem being harvested, the dull thud of a turnip being dropped into a basket. The soundscape was organic, generated entirely by the interaction of human muscle, simple tools, and the materials of the earth. The modern world's constant low-frequency hum of engines, of electronics, of climate control creates a sonic blanket that muffles this older, more specific layer of auditory information. In its absence, one could hear the land talking back. There was also the economy of light. Daylight was a currency spent carefully, not to be wasted. The evening's activities, mending, spinning, tool repair, food preparation, were conducted in the diminishing returns of dusk and then by the expensive, precious glow of rushlights or tallow candles. Their light was poor, smoky, and unsteady, casting large, dancing shadows that made detailed work a strain on the eyes. In this half-light, the tactile sense became paramount. Hands learned to know things in the dark. The difference between a smooth skirret root and a gnarled parsnip by feel alone, the identification of dried herbs by their crumble and scent, the texture of good wool versus poor. This haptic knowledge was another form of memory, stored in the nerves of the fingertips. The knowledge of these plants was, therefore, not merely visual or gustatory. It was a full-body knowing, involving sight, touch, smell, and taste. A sensory dossier built up over a lifetime of close contact. The psychological landscape was shaped by proximity to failure. The margin between enough and not enough was often a single storm, a plague of insects, or a prolonged drought away. This constant, low-grade anxiety was the background static of life. It cultivated a mentality of precaution and conservatism. Experimentation was risky, tradition was safe. This is why the same reliable plants were grown year after year, century after century. The introduction of a new vegetable was a slow process, requiring overwhelming proof of its superiority or necessity. The Welsh onion earned its place through undeniable perennial hardiness. Salsify earned its place through its unique Lenten utility. Their eventual disappearance was not due to failure, but because the underlying anxiety they alleviated, winter hunger, religious restriction, was itself alleviated or redirected by other means. Global trade, refrigeration, changing religious observance. The plants became solutions to problems that no longer pressed so urgently against the fabric of daily life. Consider the interior space of the mind during repetitive manual labor. Weeding a long row of onions, twisting wool into yarn, stirring a large pot of porridge. These tasks required enough attention to perform correctly, but not so much that the mind was fully occupied. This created a mental space for rumination, for daydreaming, for the composition of songs or stories, for the turning over of grudges and hopes. It was in this semi-automatic state that much of the cultural and practical knowledge was consolidated and transmitted. A mother, weaving, would recount a tale that contained a lesson about which berries were safe. A father, carving a yoke, would explain the best time to dig scorzonera. The knowledge was embedded in the rhythm of the work itself, making it durable, repeated with each season's cycle. The loss of this kind of hands-on, monotonous labor has also meant the loss of this specific cognitive environment, a fertile ground for the slow composting of experience into wisdom. The weather was not an abstraction on a screen. It was a physical force experienced directly on the skin. There was no buffer. A cold rain meant being wet and chilled for hours. A heat wave meant relentless sweat and flies. This unmediated exposure created a visceral, bodily literacy in meteorology. The feeling of the air on the back of the neck, the behavior of the smoke from the fire, the aching in old bones, all were trusted forecasts. The plants were barometers, too. The way chickweed closed its leaves before a storm, the early drooping of good King Henry in a drought, these were additional signs in a comprehensive system of prediction. This direct somatic relationship with the atmosphere fostered a kind of humility, a recognition of one's smallness within a vast and powerful system. The modern interior climate of controlled temperatures is a profound liberation from discomfort, but it is also a form of sensory insulation, separating us from the immediate, educating pressure of the natural world. The passage from night to day was a grand and gradual spectacle, not a flick of a switch. The black would soften to gray, outlines of trees and buildings emerging like shapes in developing liquid. Birds would begin their calls, tentatively at first, then in a cascading chorus. The world would materialize piece by piece. This daily rebirth was a fundamental spiritual and psychological reset, a visual promise that the darkness ended. The routine of rising in this half-light, of performing the first chores as the world defined itself, grounded human life in a cosmic rhythm. The day's labor was framed by this majestic entrance and exit of light. The evening's retreat was equally gradual, colors leaching from the landscape, sounds softening, the world dissolving back into shadow and then into the profound dark where only fire, stars, and the moon held dominion. Within the solar rhythm, the lunar and seasonal rhythms played their deeper, slower harmonies, and the life cycles of the plants, sprouting, leafing, flowering, seeding, dying, were the most immediate, tangible expressions of that harmony. To eat them was to consume time itself, in its sweet, starchy, or leafy forms. Now, in the artificial and constant dark of a room, these rhythms can be summoned only as descriptions, as echoes. The voice detailing them becomes a kind of metronome, marking a slow, imaginary passage of time that has no correlation with the clock. It speaks of the weight of a woolen cloak in the rain, the startling green of new Alexander shoots against the brown earth, the metallic taste of a penny held in the mouth while working with tansy to counter its bitterness, the way a stored medlar feels, soft as rotten leather, giving way under gentle pressure. The clean, white break of a skirt root. These are not memories, for the listener likely has none of these things. They are hypothetical sensations, constructed from words and offered to the idle mind as objects of contemplation, with no more inherent meaning than the pattern of shadows on a wall. Their purpose is not to inform, but to occupy the channel of attention with a steady, undemanding flow, like a river whose banks are far away and unseen in the night, known only by its sound, moving always forward but never arriving anywhere, because the river and the sound and the night are all the same thing, and the listening is just another current within it. The soil itself held a memory that outlasted any human one. A field that had grown skirret for generations would, for a time after its cultivation ceased, still yield the occasional pale, sweet root as a volunteer, a ghost of its former abundance pushing through the wheat or the barley. These chance discoveries by later ploughmen would be puzzles, fragments of a language they could no longer read. The land does not forget immediately. It whispers of what it once held long after the names have faded from common speech. This slow erasure is not a violent deletion but a gentle covering over, like leaves layering upon the forest floor, year after year, until what lies beneath is no longer distinct but simply part of the dark, rich humus that feeds new, different growth. The transition from one agricultural age to another is written in these stratified, botanical ghosts. The body's relationship with time was also one of accumulation, not of milestones. Strength gathered slowly, through the repeated lifting of weights, the swinging of tools, the walking of miles. It peaked not in a moment of athletic triumph, but in a sustained plateau of endurance that could last for decades, the ability to work from dawn to dusk without catastrophic failure. Similarly, weariness was not an occasional state but a constant companion, a tiredness that seeped into the marrow of the bones during the long days of harvest and lingered through the shorter days of winter, a kind of physiological debt that was never fully repaid. In this economy of the body, food was fuel of the most literal kind. The carbohydrates in a turnip, the sugars in a skirret, the proteins in fat hen leaves, were converted directly into motion and heat. There was no surplus for leisure athletics. Every calorie had a work order attached. The efficiency of a food source was measured in this conversion ratio. A plant that was difficult to digest or offered little energy for its bulk, no matter how tasty, was a poor investment of garden space or foraging time. The forgotten vegetables were, without exception, efficient converters of sun and soil into usable human energy. Their dismissal was not a rejection of their flavor, but a consequence of a new economic system where human caloric output was no longer the primary engine of production, and where food could be chosen for novelty, aesthetics, or convenience rather than pure metabolic utility. Consider the minimalism of possessions. A wooden bowl, a spoon, a knife, a cooking pot, a cloak, a straw mattress. These were the anchors of a life. Their simplicity demanded a corresponding complexity of skill to use and maintain them effectively. The knife that trimmed a Welsh onion shoot also carved a toy, repaired a harness, and cut kindling. The pot that boiled a soup of turnip greens and chickweed also rendered fat, brewed tea, and heated water for washing. This multifunctionality extended to the plants. A tansy plant was not just a herb. It was a pest repellent, a medicine, a dye, and a source of bitter flavor. A woad plant was color and food. This ethos of multiplicity stood in stark contrast to the modern principle of specialization, where objects and plants have singular, defined purposes. The shift away from these multi-purpose plants represents a cultural move toward a world of single-use items and monocropped fields, a world that gains efficiency in the moment but loses the resilient, adaptive redundancy of the older system. The darkness in a medieval home at night was not a uniform black. It was a tapestry of subtle densities. Near the hearth, a faint, pulsating glow outlined the stones. Moonlight, if it was strong and the shutters were open, painted silver lines on the packed earth floor. The darkness by the far wall was deeper, more complete, hiding the stored sacks of grain and roots. In this varying dark, the other senses expanded to map the space. The smell of the dried herbs overhead was stronger. The sound of a sleeping family member's breath provided a sonic landmark. The texture of a familiar bench under one's hand was a guide. This navigation by non-visual senses fostered a different kind of spatial awareness, one that was intimate and haptic. The knowledge of where the skirret crate was stored in that dark corner was not visual memory alone. It was a knowledge of number of steps from the door, the turn to avoid the low beam, the feel of the rough-hewn wood of the bin under the fingertips. The loss of true darkness in the modern world, banished by ubiquitous electric light, is also the atrophy of this form of bodily, non-visual knowing. There was also the social texture of silence. In a community where everyone knew everyone, and lives were lived in close proximity, silence was not empty. It was often heavy with meaning, the silence of disapproval, the silence of shared grief, the comfortable silence of long familiarity. Words were used sparingly, for they carried weight. Practical information was exchanged in terse, efficient phrases. Frost coming, skirret ready, woad vat smells. There was no need for elaboration among those who shared the same context. Stories and songs, by contrast, were the vessels for the non-practical, for history, for morality, for fantasy. The tale of a night might contain a description of a feast with medlar tarts, thereby passing culinary knowledge in a package of entertainment. The practical and the poetic were interwoven strands of the same thread. The quiet, observational narration of now attempts to mimic this blend. The description of the practicalities of a forgotten vegetable is delivered with the cadence and pace of a slow, meandering tale, where the point is not the information, but the somnolent rhythm of its delivery. The horizon of expectation was limited to the cyclical. One expected spring to follow winter, planting to follow plowing, harvest to follow growth. Disruption to this cycle, an invasion, a plague, an exceptionally cruel season, was a tear in the very fabric of reality. Within the reliable turn of the seasons, however, there was a deep psychological security. The anxiety was about the magnitude of the yield, not about the nature of the process itself. This fostered a long-view patience that is difficult to comprehend in an era of rapid change and instant gratification. Waiting weeks for medlars to blet was not an exercise in frustration. It was simply how medlars were. This acceptance of natural, unalterable timelines extended to all things. A tree grew for decades before it was useful timber. A child took years to become a full laborer. A lovage plant established itself over seasons. The modern impulse to accelerate, to optimize, to force, would have seemed not only arrogant but fundamentally misguided, a misunderstanding of how the world worked. The forgotten vegetables were casualties of this new impatience. They could not be rushed, their timelines could not be profitably compressed, and so they were left behind. Now, the voice continues as a low, constant frequency in the dark. It describes the sensation of cold water from a clay jug shocking the teeth on a hot day. The sight of a field of grain moving in waves under the wind, like the breathing of the earth. The smell of a rainstorm advancing across a valley. The ozone and damp earth rushing ahead of the first drops. The muscular ache of climbing a hill after a full day's work, each step a conscious effort. The taste of a raw green onion pulled from the clump, dirt and all, and eaten in the field. The sound of a scythe being rhythmically whetted, a metallic whisper promising the work to come. These sensory fragments are not assembled into an argument. They are laid side by side, like stones collected from a streambed, each with its own shape, weight, and texture. Their only connection being that they were found in the same place, the imagined past of a hands-on existence. The stream of description flows on, and the stones are picked up, regarded, and dropped back into the current, where they are carried away, replaced by others, in a process that has no end, because the stream and the stones and the act of describing them are all part of the same endless, looping current, moving through the darkness that contains everything, the listener, the voice, and the forgotten roots sleeping in their theoretical soil. The texture of waiting was woven into every aspect of existence. Waiting for seeds to germinate under a cold spring sky. Waiting for fruit to swell and color on the branch. Waiting for meat to salt cure in the smoky darkness of the rafters. This waiting was not passive. It was a form of active, vigilant patience, a slow participation in processes that could not be hurried. The mind adjusted to this pace. It learned to think in terms of seasons and years, not hours and minutes. A project, building a stone wall, planting an orchard of medlar trees, was understood as a legacy for one's children or even grandchildren. This elongated sense of time created a different relationship with the future. It was a distant, hazy shore, but one that was connected to the present by the steady, unbroken thread of daily labor. The planting of a perennial like sea kale or Welsh onions was a direct investment in that hazy future, a gift to one's future self. Our contemporary severance from this long now, our immersion in the perpetual present of digital immediacy, makes the very concept of such patience feel alien, almost pathological. The disappearance of plants that require or reward this kind of patient engagement is a direct reflection of that severed relationship with deep time. The body was its own clock, and its needs dictated the schedule. Thirst was a sharper, more insistent signal than any timer. Hunger was a gut-deep hollow that demanded filling. The need for sleep was a heaviness in the eyelids that could not be ignored once darkness fell. These biological imperatives were the fundamental architecture of the day. The artificial separation of work time and personal time did not exist. Labor was simply what one did while awake and able, punctuated by the necessary pauses for fuel and rest. The consumption of food was a functional interlude. A handful of chickweed gathered at the edge of the field and eaten on the spot was not a snack. It was a caloric top-up, an intake of moisture and vitamins. The meal by the hearth at day's end was as much about shared warmth and the psychological transition into rest as it was about nutrition. Within this framework, the specific qualities of food, the sweetness of a skirret, the oceanic hint of salsify, were minor melodies playing under the dominant rhythm of necessity. Their rediscovery by modern food enthusiasts often treats them as solo performances, divorcing them from the functional symphony in which they once played a supporting yet vital part. Consider the profound isolation of knowledge. If the one person in a village who knew how to properly prepare and cook scorzonera died without passing on the technique, that knowledge could vanish from that community forever. It might persist 10 miles away or it might not. This created a patchwork of competency, where the survival of a particular skill or recipe was as fragile as a single candle flame in a drafty room. The written word was a partial safeguard, but literacy was limited and practical cookbooks rare. Knowledge lived in the hands, the nose, the tongue. The taste of correctly prepared Good King Henry was its own instruction manual, but only if you had someone to give you that first taste. This fragility meant that the ecosystem of practical knowledge was as vulnerable to disturbance as the natural ecosystem. A famine, a war, a plague that killed a disproportionate number of elders could wipe out entire libraries of embodied wisdom in a single season. The gradual extinction of these vegetables is likely not one story, but thousands of tiny, local stories of a flame guttering out in one village, then another, until only a few flickers remained, easily blown out by the winds of agricultural industrialization. The aesthetic of utility governed design. A basket was beautiful if it carried a heavy load of turnips without breaking. A cloak was beautiful if it shed rain and retained heat. A garden was beautiful if it produced a reliable and diverse yield. This beauty was not separate from function. It was its direct expression. The form of a plant was likewise appreciated for what it indicated about its use. The tall, sturdy stalk of an Alexander promised edible stems. The deep taproot of a salsify hinted at a substantial underground store. The sprawling mat of chickweed indicated an easy, abundant harvest. ornamental plants existed, but they were the exception, often grown for religious or symbolic purposes, or for their use in dyeing like woad. The modern eye, trained to see plants as decoration first, might look at a patch of fat hen and see an untidy weed. The medieval eye would have seen a dense concentration of nutritious greenery, a welcome sight. This shift in perception from utility to ornament fundamentally changed what we allowed to remain in our cultivated spaces. Plants that were not obviously pretty or that did not conform to neat geometric garden layouts were exiled. There was also the constant low-grade negotiation with decay. Food spoiled, grain molded, meat rotted. The battle against entropy was daily and relentless. Techniques for preservation, salting, smoking, drying, fermenting, storing in cool cellars were not hobbies but essential life skills. The value of a vegetable was immensely increased by its ability to withstand this battle. The skirret that could stay firm in the ground all winter. The scorzonera that could last months in sand. The medlar that required rot to become edible, thus integrating decay into its very utility. These plants were allies in this fight, their biology offering natural resistance to time's spoilage. The advent of artificial refrigeration and chemical preservatives did not just make life easier, it made an entire suite of skills and plant characteristics obsolete. We no longer needed vegetables that were themselves preservation technologies. We could now make perishable things last, so we chose the most perishable, and often most tender and delicate varieties, abandoning the leathery, the hard, the slow-to-spoil survivors of a former age. The acoustic environment of night was dominated by natural sounds, but also by the sounds of a resting household. The crackle of a dying fire shifting its embers, the deep, regular breathing of sleepers, the scuttle of a mouse in the thatch, the wind moaning softly in the eaves. In this soundscape, a sleepless person's own thoughts might feel loud, internal voices vivid against the quiet. It was in these night watches that worries would cycle, that prayers would be repeated, that memories of the day's small slights or kindnesses would replay. The mind, unstimulated by external input, turned inward and dwelt on its own contents. This introspection, born of darkness and silence, shaped a particular kind of interiority, one that was familiar with its own rhythms of anxiety and solace, that knew the contours of its fears because it had examined them in the long, quiet hours. The narration of now mimics this inward turn, but projects it outward, filling the acoustic space not with one's own circling thoughts, but with a stream of externalized, neutral observations, a deliberate focus for the mind to latch onto, thereby sparing it the labor of generating its own content in the dark. The progression is not toward revelation, but toward a deepened sense of endless continuation. The voice describes the feeling of coarse wool blanket against the cheek, the way moonlight casts the shadow of a window latch onto the floor in a shape that slowly pivots through the night, the distant, barking cough of a fox in the woods, the smell of frost forming on bare earth, a scent like cold stone and clean air, the memory taste of a broth flavored only with lovage and a pinch of salt, the visual texture of a frosted cabbage leaf in the morning, each vein outlined in white crystal, the sound of a single drip of water from the eaves hitting a stone below at perfectly spaced intervals. These are the beads of a rosary, each one a point of focus that requires no interpretation, leading not to a divine conclusion but to the next bead, and the next in a circle without beginning or end. The purpose is the repetition itself, the gentle, monotonous drawing of attention from one mundane detail to another, a practice that wears a smooth path in the consciousness, a path that leads nowhere but around, which is, in the context of sleep, precisely where one needs to go. The forgotten vegetables are now merely part of the scenery along this circular path, their shapes noted in passing, their uses acknowledged, but not dwelled upon, for the path does not allow for dwelling, only for a slow, steady, perpetual motion through a landscape composed of equal parts memory, speculation, and the neutral dark of the present moment, which absorbs all details into its seamless, unending fabric. The understanding of place was absolute and deeply rooted in the specific. One did not live in a generalized countryside, but in this valley, on this slope, with this particular quality of morning light filtering through the oak wood to the east. The knowledge of the land was hyperlocal. Which corner of the field held frost the longest in spring? Where the best wild strawberries grew in a sunny bank? Which patch of soil, for reasons never fully understood, produced the sweetest skirt roots? This specificity meant that farming was not the application of universal rules, but a long, slow conversation with a unique and particular piece of the earth. The failure of a crop was not just a failure of technique. It could be a misunderstanding of a specific hillside's drainage, or its relationship to the prevailing wind. Success was an intimate collaboration. The forgotten vegetables were participants in these countless, unique collaborations. A strain of good King Henry that thrived in the damp, shady soil near a Yorkshire stream was a different entity, in terms of lived experience, from the strain that endured in a sun-baked Kentish garden. Their loss is not merely the loss of species, but the eradication of these millions of localized relationships, these micro-adaptations and unique success stories, smoothed over by the blunt instrument of standardized seed and centralized agriculture. The body's relationship with tools was one of extension, not of operation. A scythe was not a device you used. It became, with skill, a lengthening of your own arm, its swing a fluid expression of your shoulder and back muscles. The feel of the handle, worn smooth by the palms of a father and a grandfather before you, was a tactile connection to lineage. The weight of an iron pot, the balance of a hoe, the specific flex of a willow basket, each was known in the muscles and tendons. This deep familiarity bred an efficiency of motion that was beautiful in its economy. There was no wasted movement. The act of harvesting chickweed was not a matter of bending and plucking at random. It was a smooth sweep of the hand that gathered a cluster of tender tops between thumb and fingers in one motion, the stems breaking cleanly at the perfect point. This kinetic intelligence was how knowledge moved through generations, not through words, but through the mirroring of posture, the copying of a grip, the adoption of a rhythmic swing. The knowledge of how to harvest Alexander without damaging the crown, or how to twist a skirt root from the earth so it didn't snap, was stored here, in the silent language of the body. When the plants vanished, these specific, refined motions became obsolete, their elegant utility forgotten, leaving only the ghost of a movement in the air where a practiced hand once worked. The concept of seasoning was not just culinary, but temporal. Food had seasons in the most literal sense. The first green of corn salad in late autumn was a singular taste, associated with the sharpening air and shortening days. The rich, oystery flavor of salsify was inseparable from the lean, contemplative weeks of Lent. The cloying sweetness of a blet medlar was the taste of deep winter, of holidays and darkness. This linkage bound the calendar to the palate, making the passage of time a sensory experience. The body anticipated these flavors as markers. The craving for something green and sharp in March was a biological recognition of vitamin scarcity, answered by the early shoots of good King Henry. The longing for a starchy, sweet root in January was met by the skirt in its cold storage. The modern supermarket, with its perpetual summer, severs this deep, physiological connection between the body's needs and the earth's cycles. We can have strawberries in December, but in doing so, we lose the profound, annual satisfaction of the first strawberry in June, a satisfaction amplified by 10 months of absence. The forgotten vegetables were key players in this sensory calendar, their appearance and consumption marking the turn of the year in the gut as well as in the mind. There was also the social architecture of observation. In a small community, little went unseen. This constant visibility was a form of social control, but also a means of rapid information transfer. If one woman had success with a new way of boiling sea kale to reduce bitterness, her neighbors would see the results, inquire, and the knowledge would spread within days. If a man's patch of scorzonera survived a particularly harsh winter when others did not, his planting location or method would be noted and copied. Innovation was slow, but its dissemination within a tight-knit group could be relatively swift. This created a kind of communal brain where observational data was constantly being collected, compared, and subtly acted upon. The decline of a plant often began not with a decision, but with a gradual, unspoken consensus. As more people turned to cultivating the larger, more marketable carrot, the observation of who was still planting skirret became associated with old-fashionedness, with obstinacy. The social pressure, subtle but immense, would steer practice long before the last skirret root was dug. The plants faded not just from fields, but from the shared visual and social field, from the things worth noticing and discussing. The texture of fatigue at the end of a day was a total immersion. It was not merely mental tiredness, but a saturation of the physical self. The ache in the legs from walking behind a plow, the dull burn in the shoulders from carrying water, the stiffness in the back from bending to weed. This fatigue was a heavy garment worn into sleep, and it dictated the quality of rest. Sleep was not a gentle drift but a sudden plummet into unconsciousness, a surrender to a demand the body could no longer negotiate. Dreams, likely, were simple and physical, replays of labor, anxieties about weather, seldom venturing into abstract symbolism. Waking was not a choice but an emergence prompted by cold, or light, or the demands of livestock. This cycle of exhaustive expenditure and deep, non-negotiable recovery created a different relationship with consciousness itself. The waking hours were for doing, the sleeping hours were for repair. There was little room for the modern malaise of being tired yet unable to sleep, for the body's debt was so absolute it demanded immediate payment in unconsciousness. In this context, a meal was simply part of the repair process, the fuel for the next day's expenditure. The dense carbohydrates of a turnip, the vitamins in a handful of chickweed, were not nutrients in an abstract sense. They were the direct precursors to tomorrow's strength or the lack thereof. Now, the voice serves as a constant, neutralizing presence against the void of both silence and the potential for chaotic thought. It describes the granular detail of ash settling on a hearthstone, the precise sound of a door latch lifting, a wooden thunk and a scrape of iron, the way a patch of sunlight, moving across a dirt floor, gradually reveals the texture of individual straws, the cool, slightly damp feel of a clay jug against the palm, the faint, sweet and sour smell of a storage cellar where apples, turnips, and medlars share the dark, the visual paradox of a single green Alexander shoot pushing through a crack in a frost-rimed stone wall. These details are offered not as symbols, but as plain facts. Their accumulation has no direction. It is a gentle, endless sedimentation, layer upon layer of sensory silt settling on the bottom of the mind's quiet pool. The listener may dip into the stream at any point. The texture is always the same, cool, slow, detailed, and going nowhere. The forgotten vegetables are now merely particles in this silt, their historical context irrelevant, their names just sounds, their descriptions just more shapes and textures added to the endless, murmuring catalog of a world that is perpetually forming and dissolving in the low light of imagination. A world without stakes, without crisis, without conclusion, only the perpetual, soothing act of description itself, a voice painting a picture of a door that is always almost closed, of a light that is always almost gone, of a root that is always just beneath the surface of the soil, unseen, waiting for a hand that will never come to lift it into a forgotten sun. The perception of abundance was seasonal and therefore acute. The glut of apples in autumn, the sudden plethora of greens in spring, the weight of grain at harvest. These were peaks in a landscape of otherwise careful rationing. This cyclical surplus demanded its own rituals of processing. The community would mobilize for cider pressing, for slaughtering and salting, for the collective work of bringing in the sheaves. In these windows of plenty, there was a frantic, joyful urgency. The knowledge of how to manage this temporary flood, how to dry, salt, pickle, smoke, or store, was what separated survival from waste. The plants that offered themselves in these waves, like the medlar for preserving or the turnip tops for quick pickling, were partners in this dance with temporary excess. Their value was not just in their nutrition, but in their compatibility with the preservation methods of the time. A vegetable that could not be easily dried, cellared, or fermented was of limited use, no matter how tasty fresh. The modern logistics chain, which flattens these peaks and valleys into a consistent, low-grade availability, has made this frantic, communal processing obsolete, and with it, the need for plants uniquely suited to those ancient forms of preservation. The knowledge of edibility was a map drawn by necessity and tragic error. The line between food and poison was learned through generations of cautious experimentation, passed down as folklore with the gravity of law. Red berries in a cluster of 5. Leave them if you want to stay alive. Such rhymes were memory aids for vital data. The identification of a plant like Alexander or Good King Henry was not casual. It was a critical skill. A mistake could mean illness or death. This lent a profound seriousness to the act of foraging and gardening. The plants one cultivated were known allies, their safety guaranteed by generations of consumption. This created a deep, almost familial trust in certain species. The introduction of a new, foreign vegetable was treated with understandable suspicion. Its adoption required overwhelming proof of both safety and utility. The slow, centuries-long integration of the Welsh onion into European gardens speaks to this caution. Their eventual disappearance from common use was not a rejection of their safety, but a shift in the very paradigm of trust. From ancestral, experiential knowledge to trust in regulatory bodies, supermarket sourcing, and brand labels. We no longer need to know the plant. We need only trust the system that provides it. The interior world of faith was intertwined with the agricultural calendar. Saints' days marked times for planting certain crops. Rogation-tide processions blessed the fields. The success of the harvest was a matter for prayer and supplication. Plants themselves could hold religious significance. The medlar, with its peculiar open bottom, was given vulgar nicknames, but also perhaps seen as a symbol of humility or earthly decay preceding sweetness. Salsify, as a Lenten fish substitute, was sanctified by its role in religious observance. This spiritual layer added meaning to the mundane act of eating. To consume a salsify root during Lent was not just to fill the stomach. It was to participate in a ritual of abstinence and piety. The secularization of society and the separation of food from religious practice stripped this layer of meaning away, turning the salsify from a devotional tool into merely an odd-tasting root vegetable. Once stripped of this spiritual utility, its other qualities were not enough to sustain its place in the garden against more productive or palatable alternatives. The management of energy was a daily calculation of caloric economics. Every task was weighed against the energy it would consume versus the energy it would hopefully yield. Walking a mile to a potential foraging spot was an investment. The gathered greens were the return. The labor of digging a root cellar was a massive initial expenditure justified by the future energy saved in preserved food. In this equation, low-maintenance, high-yield plants were blue-chip investments. Skirret, once established, paid dividends for years with minimal further input. Chickweed and fat hen were essentially found money, requiring only the energy of gathering. The modern replacement of human labor with fossil fuel energy has completely rewritten this equation. The energy cost of tilling, planting, weeding, and harvesting is now measured in gallons of diesel, not in bowls of porridge. This has made high-maintenance crops that are difficult to mechanize, like many of the old, irregularly shaped or slow-growing roots, economically non-viable. Their disappearance is a direct result of this shift from a human caloric economy to a petroleum-based one. The night is now a settled presence, a medium through which the voice moves like a slow current. It describes sensations devoid of emotional weight, the way a loose thread on a wool sleeve catches the light, the sound of a single drop of condensation falling from the edge of a roof into a barrel below at irregular intervals, the faint, chalky taste left on the fingers after handling a piece of limestone, the smell of a wool blanket that has been stored with dried lavender, a scent both sweet and dusty, the visual texture of an extinguished candle wick, a blackened curl against the gray of cooled wax, the cool, smooth surface of a wooden spoon handle, worn by countless stirrings, the distant, almost subaudible rumble of a cart on a road far away, felt more through the feet than heard. These are the data points of a neutral reality. They are presented without connection, without narrative glue. Their purpose is not to build a world, but to gently occupy the cognitive machinery that might otherwise spin on its own concerns. The recitation is a soft hum, a verbal loom weaving a fabric with no pattern, only the steady, monotonous crosshatch of one ordinary observation over another. The forgotten vegetables are merely occasional threads in this weave, their colors muted, their texture just another variation in the endless plane of described sensation. There is no history here, only phenomenology, the raw experience of things as they might be felt, seen, tasted, in a state of pure, detached attention. This attention rolls forward, a wheel on a flat, featureless plane, turning without advancing, its motion the only proof of time's passage, a passage that leads from one moment of description to an identical next, forever, or for as long as the dark holds, which is, in the confines of this listening, the same thing. The understanding of weather was a somatic science. A change in the wind was first felt as a subtle shift in pressure on the skin of the face, or a new coolness on the back of the neck. The approach of rain was smelled long before the first drop fell, a scent of wet stone and ozone rising from the earth itself. The body learned to read these signals with a precision that no instrument could match. A deep ache in an old injury might predict a storm with more reliability than a barometer. This embodied forecasting dictated action. The decision to harvest the last of the corn salad before a hard freeze, or to risk leaving the salsify in the ground for another week, was made not by consulting an almanac, but by feeling the air, tasting the wind, interpreting the behavior of animals and the look of the clouds. This deep, physical literacy meant the farmer was not separate from the environment, but a sensory organ within it. The plants, too, were part of this communicative network. The wilting of certain leaves under a dry wind, the particular way chickweed closed up before dusk. These were visual confirmations of what the skin already knew. The loss of this corporeal meteorology, replaced by digital forecasts and climate-controlled interiors, represents a profound disconnection. We no longer need to feel the weather to predict it, we are told. In this disconnection, the plants that once served as confirming signposts lost their relevance as tools of prediction. The nature of work allowed for a particular quality of thought. The repetitive, rhythmic motions of scything, spinning, or chopping would create a mental space that was neither focused nor unfocused, but in a state of flow. The hands performed their familiar dance, freeing the mind to wander, to meditate, to compose, to unravel problems. It was in these states that complex crafts were perfected, that stories were woven, that philosophical or theological knots were untangled. This is likely where the intricate knowledge of plants was consolidated, not in moments of study, but in the semi-automatic labor of weeding a garden row. The mind would drift over the characteristics of each plant it passed. The serrated leaf of good King Henry, the umbel of Alexander flowers, the sprawling habit of fat hen. This casual, repeated mental cataloging deepened familiarity in a way that deliberate study often cannot. The shift to work that demands constant cognitive shifting, answering messages, interpreting data, managing abstract systems, has eradicated this fertile, rhythmic mental space. The knowledge that flourished in that space, including the intimate, tacit knowledge of forgotten vegetables, has found no equivalent ground in which to take root in the modern mind. The economy of materials was one of absolute use. A fallen branch was not debris. It was potential fuel, or a tool handle or material for a fence. A broken pot could be ground into crocks for drainage in a garden bed. Animal bones became needles, glue, or fertilizer. In this world where nothing was inherently waste, the plants were examined for every possible application. The strong fibers of certain stalks might be used for cordage. The ashes of burned stalks might be used to make lye for soap. The medicinal uses of roots and leaves were catalogued not as a separate field of study, but as another facet of a plant's utility. This mentality of total use meant that a plant like woad was not either a dye or a food. It was both sequentially. Its young leaves were a spring green, its mature leaves a source of precious blue. A plant that offered only one thing, no matter how excellent that one thing was less valuable than a plant that offered multiple yields. The modern system of specialized production, where one farm grows food, another produces timber, and a factory makes dyes, renders this multi-purpose approach inefficient. We no longer need plants to be toolkits. We need them to be optimized single-purpose units. The forgotten vegetables, many of them multifaceted in their uses, failed this new test of specialized efficiency. The experience of darkness was not a single thing. There was the soft, woolly dark of a cloudy night with no moon, where shapes dissolved a foot from your face. There was the brilliant, silver dark of a full moon, casting sharp, black shadows and turning the world into a monochrome engraving. There was the dense, impenetrable dark of a root cellar or a forest interior. Each type of dark demanded different senses. In the moonlit dark, one could navigate a familiar path by sight. In the cellar dark, one navigated by memory and touch, the fingers knowing the exact location of the skirt bin, the turnip heap, the jug of vinegar. This navigation in pure blackness fostered a cognitive map that was non-visual, a knowledge of space held in the body itself. The modern eradication of true darkness by streetlights, electronic displays, always-on nightlights has atrophied this ability. We have lost not just the dark, but a whole mode of knowing our surroundings. The plants stored in that darkness were part of that bodily map. Their location was knowledge held in the muscles, not the eyes. The social dimension of taste was one of shared reference. When a neighbor said a dish needed more of the bitter green, everyone knew it likely meant tansy. The phrase spring green might refer specifically to the first cutting of good King Henry. This shared culinary vocabulary, born of common ingredients, created a deep, unspoken understanding. A flavor could be communicated in a word because that flavor was a common experience. The fragmentation of diets and the globalization of ingredients have shattered this shared palate. Herby or earthy are vague approximations where lovage or scorzonera were precise. The loss of these plants is thus also a loss of linguistic precision, a blurring of the shared sensory landscape of a community. When the common reference points vanish, the ability to communicate subtlety of experience diminishes, and the collective memory of those flavors fades faster, surviving only as ghost words in old texts, their sensory meaning evaporated. The voice now operates as a gentle, continuous pressure against silence, a pressure that prevents the mind from collapsing in on itself. It enumerates without urgency the number of knots in a wooden beam overhead. the way dust motes hang in a sliver of light from a closed shutter, the specific sound of a woolen garment being pulled over linen, a soft, scraping whisper, the taste of cold, flat water from a tin cup, the smell of old paper, of damp parchment, of dry rosemary, the feeling of a slight draft on the ankle from a crack in a wall, the sight of a spider's web in a corner, beaded with moisture, trembling in a breath of air too faint to feel. These details are not curated for interest. They are the opposite of curation. They are the mundane residue of existence, presented in their raw, uninteresting state. Their power to soothe lies in their absolute lack of demand. They require no analysis, provoke no emotion, lead to no conclusion. They simply are. The forgotten vegetables have been reduced to this state within the narration, mere objects in a list, their historical and nutritional significance stripped away, leaving only their names as sounds and descriptions of their texture as just another texture in the endless tapestry of neutral observation. The wheel of description turns, and the same plane passes beneath it again and again, the scenery unchanging because the point of the journey is not to arrive at a new vista, but to be lulled by the sameness of the turning, by the hypnotic repetition of the wheel on the earth, a sound that becomes inseparable from the silence it breaks, until the breaking and the silence are one and the same, and the listener is held in the seamless space between them, where time stretches and softens, and the end of one sentence is already the beginning of the next, in a chain without a first or final link, extending in both directions into the same continuous, featureless dark. The passage of a day was measured in shadows. The long, stretching shadow of dawn shrinking to the tight, dark pool at noon beneath a standing figure, then slowly elongating again in the opposite direction until it dissolved into the general gloom of evening. This solar clock was internalized, a subconscious awareness of one's place not just in space, but in the diurnal cycle. Work was organized around this moving darkness. Tasks requiring fine detail were for the broad light of midday. Heavier, less precise labor could occupy the longer shadows of morning and afternoon. The evening's dim light was for tidying, for feeding animals, for the final gathering of tools. The plants lived by this same clock, their orientation, their leaf movements, their very growth responding to the arc of the sun. The human schedule was merely an echo of this primary rhythm. The artificial, constant light of the modern world has silenced this ancient, shadow-based timepiece, freeing us from its constraints but also divorcing us from a fundamental, circadian alignment with the planet's rotation. The cultivation and harvesting of plants were once intimate acts performed within this dance of light and shadow. To dig skirret in the morning meant one light, one temperature. To dig it in the evening meant another. That nuance of experience, part of the plant's identity to the harvester, is gone. Silence, when it fell, was not merely an absence. It was a tangible layer that settled over the landscape after the day's noises ceased. The cessation of bird call at dusk, the stilling of the wind, the end of distant human voices. In this silence, small, close sounds became distinct. The crack of a cooling hearthstone, the rustle of a mouse in the rushes, one's own heartbeat in the ears. This amplified interiority could be peaceful or oppressive. It was the acoustic space where fatigue truly announced itself, where the mind replayed the day's exchanges, where prayer was offered not as ritual, but as whispered conversation in the void. The voice now occupying your silence seeks not to shatter it, but to become part of its fabric, a consistent, predictable element like the sound of a distant stream or wind in pines, a sound that masks the smaller, more jarring ticks and creaks of an unsettled house or mind by offering a larger, more regular pattern of its own. Its descriptions are the equivalent of that stream's water flowing over rocks, varied in the specific detail, but monotonous in overall effect. The concept of cleanliness was different. It was not the sterile absence of microbes, but a more pragmatic state. Clothes were clean if they were free of visible dirt and odor. A pot was clean if no residue from the last meal remained. The body was clean if it was not actively muddy or foul-smelling. This standard was born of the immense labor involved in achieving anything more. Water had to be hauled, heated, carried away. Soap was a luxury. In this context, the earthy taste of a root pulled from the ground and wiped on a sleeve was not dirty. It was normal. The grit in the bread, the faint taste of wood smoke in every bite, the occasional husk in the porridge. These were expected textures, part of the sensory background of nourishment. The modern obsession with sterility and uniform purity has made these textures seem like flaws. A gnarly, dirt-clinging root like scorzonera is unappealing because it too visibly declares its earthly origins. We prefer our vegetables washed, polished, and packaged, their connection to the soil sanitized away. The forgotten vegetables often failed, aesthetically, this new test of cleanliness. They looked like what they were, rough products of the earth. The management of risk was decentralized and personal. There was no insurance against a failed crop, only the mitigations one could personally enact. Planting diverse varieties, maintaining a kitchen garden, foraging wild edibles, storing surplus in good years. This forced a mindset of constant, low-grade preparation. The good gardener was not the one with the highest yield in a perfect year, but the one whose family still ate in a bad one. The value of a resilient, low-maintenance, storable plant like skirret or good King Henry was incalculable within this framework. It was biological insurance. The development of financial systems, government safety nets, and global commodity markets externalized this risk. One could now buy insurance against drought and purchase grain from another continent. The need for personal biological risk mitigation in the form of resilient, multi-purpose plants diminished. Their cultivation came to seem like an unnecessary hedge, a waste of garden space that could be used for more profitable or pleasing crops. The safety net moved from the soil to the ledger book, and the plants that once formed its strands were allowed to rot away. The narrative continues without propulsion, a river on an infinitely wide plain with no downhill slope. It describes the slow process of calluses forming on a palm, how they harden, yellow, crack, and are worn smooth again. The sound of linen being folded, a soft, percussive thump followed by the whisper of fabric. The way a patch of mildew maps a continent on a stone wall. The metallic, cold smell of an iron latch in winter. The visual texture of weathered oak. The grain raised and polished by wind and rain. The taste of one's own blood from a chapped lip. The feeling of a loose floorboard underfoot that yields just slightly with each step. These observations are offered flatly. They are the anti-spectacle. Their purpose is to drain the world of drama, to present existence as a series of minor, meaningless sensory registrations. The epic struggles of history, the dramas of love and loss, are absent. In their place is the granular reality of a splinter in a thumb, the coolness of a clay wall on a hot day, the sound of a swallow entering its nest under the eaves. The forgotten vegetables occupy no special place here. They are no more significant than the splinter or the swallow. They are simply items in an inventory that has no accountant, a list being read into the void for the sole purpose of filling it with a harmless, monotonous sound. The voice has become a machine for generating neutral content, a soft engine humming in the dark, its output a stream of words that mean nothing beyond their immediate phonetic value. A auditory texture as meaningless and soothing as the sound of rain, which also tells no story, makes no argument, and simply continues until it stops. The perception of distance was grounded in the body's own endurance. A place was not 5 miles away, but a 2-hour walk if the weather held and the path was good. A day's journey was measured in the fatigue of the legs and the number of meals consumed from a pack. This corporeal understanding of space made the local world vast and detailed. Every landmark, a distinctive tree, an unusual rock formation, a bend in the river, was a waypoint in a personal geography of effort. The foraging grounds for chickweed or the wild patch of Alexander were known in this language of steps and landmarks. The knowledge of where things grew was not abstract. It was a sequence of physical actions. Turn left at the fallen oak, follow the stream until the bank steepens, look for the clearing where the sunlight falls in the afternoon. This knowledge died not with the plant, but with the erosion of the paths that led to it, the overgrowth of the clearing, the forgetting of the sequence of turns. When travel became mechanized, distance collapsed into abstraction. Numbers on a gauge, and the intricate bodily map of the local, with all its edible waypoints, became obsolete. The plants remained, perhaps, but the precise, kinetic directions to find them faded from memory. The texture of time was also felt in the gradual decay of materials. The thatch on a roof darkened from gold to gray to black over a decade, a slow record of seasons in soot and weather. A wooden handle absorbed oil and sweat from a palm, darkening and gaining a patina that was the history of its use. Stone steps wore down in the center, a concave record of countless passages. This visible, slow-motion erosion was a constant, gentle reminder of entropy. It bred a mindset of maintenance rather than replacement. To re-edge a tool, to re-chink a wall, to re-thatch a section of roof. These were acts of defiance against this inevitable decline. The garden was part of this cycle. Perennial plants like Welsh onions or good King Henry were appreciated for their defiance of this decay. They returned green and new, while the fence posts around them rotted. But even they aged, their clumps becoming woody, needing division. Their cultivation was a partnership with time's two faces, growth and decay. The modern preference for the new, the pristine, the easily replaced, sidelines this entire philosophy. We are no longer practiced in reading the slow stories of wear, nor in the art of meticulous, repeated repair. A plant that requires dividing every few years, like a perennial onion, is less convenient than buying a new packet of annual seeds. The logic of maintenance gave way to the logic of disposal and replacement, and the plants best suited to the former lost their rationale. The experience of scent was a primary source of information. The air carried data long before sight could confirm it. The smell of rain approaching, the scent of a fox that had passed through the henhouse, the sweet rot of fallen apples in the orchard grass, the pungent, green smell of crushed chickweed, the anise-like note of Alexander leaves. This olfactory landscape was as detailed and informative as the visual one. It warned of danger, signaled opportunity, marked the seasons. The strong, resinous smell of tansy was a summer smell, associated with flies and preservation. The earthy, fungal smell of a root cellar in autumn spoke of security. The loss of this acuity, in a world awash in artificial perfumes and industrial odors, is a sensory impoverishment. We have learned to ignore smells, to filter them out as pollution. The subtle, distinctive scents of these forgotten plants were part of a rich, informational tapestry that we no longer know how to read. Their flavors were often the cousins of their scents. To lose the smell is to lose a dimension of the taste. A vegetable like lovage, defined by its powerful aroma, becomes a ghost when encountered in a scent-blind world. The psychology of possession was different. One did not truly own land in the modern, abstract sense. One was entrusted with its stewardship for a lifetime, with the unspoken duty to pass it on in good heart. Tools, animals, and even certain plants were viewed similarly. A fruit tree was planted for grandchildren. A well-established clump of skirret was a form of inheritable wealth. This generational perspective discouraged short-term exploitation. It encouraged practices that built soil fertility over decades, that preserved perennial plantings, that valued stability over maximum annual yield. The forgotten vegetables were beneficiaries of this long view. Their perennial nature or their reliable risk-eating made them legacies. The shift to a market economy, where land and its produce are commodities to be traded for immediate profit, shattered this temporal horizon. When the time frame shrinks to a single growing season or a financial quarter, a plant that takes 2 years to establish a good crop, or that yields modestly but reliably for decades, is a poor investment. It was not that the plants changed, but that the horizon of expectation shrank until they fell beyond its edge. The voice now exists as a pure process, a function generating descriptive output. It details the minute, the pattern of rust on an old hinge, like a topographical map of a burnt continent. The sound of a fingernail tracing the grain of a wooden table. The way a candle's flame holds perfectly still in a windless room, a teardrop of pure light. The sensation of a hair caught in the fibers of woolen cloth. The taste of the inside of one's own cheek. The smell of cold, dry dust. The sight of a single mote of ash floating in a sunbeam, turning end over end with impossible slowness. These are the artifacts of a heightened, yet utterly disinterested, attention. There is no selection for significance. The insignificant is all there is. In this realm, the difference between a description of a skirret root and a description of a rust pattern is zero. Both are just shapes, textures, names. The historical weight of the vegetable, its nutritional data, its story of decline. All of that has been dissolved. What remains is a verbal still life, painted in shades of gray, where every object holds exactly the same emotional and narrative weight. None. The narration is a flat line of observation, a conscious rejection of hierarchy in experience. This very flatness is its sedative quality. It gives the listening mind nothing to grab onto, no peak to scale, no valley to fear. It is a gently rolling plain under a uniformly gray sky, and one can walk forever in any direction without the scenery ever changing in a meaningful way. The feet grow tired, the eyes grow heavy, and the sameness becomes a kind of solace, a promise that nothing will be demanded, nothing will erupt, nothing will ever really happen. It is the auditory equivalent of watching mist move over a moor, a scene of endless, gentle, monotonous transformation that leads to no destination, the journey and the destination having long since been revealed as the same uninterrupted field of gray-green grass and quiet, damp air. The knowledge of season was not a date on a calendar, but a complex synthesis of sensory cues. It was the particular angle of sunlight as it fell through the leafless branches of the oak wood, casting long, sharp shadows that didn't exist in summer. It was the change in the sound of the wind, moving from the soft rustle of full leaves to the hollow moan through bare twigs. It was the shift in the smell of the earth itself, from the damp, fecund odor of growth to the clean, cold scent of frost. The body registered these changes at a level below conscious thought. A certain stiffness in the morning signaled the deepening of autumn. A different quality of thirst came with the dry heat of summer. The plants were the most visible indicators in this symphony of change. The flowering of Alexander was a marker of mid-spring. The yellowing of tansy leaves hinted at the coming frost. The appearance of corn salad in the stubble fields was a herald of autumn. To live within this sensory calendar was to be a musician in a slow, inexorable orchestra, one's own rhythms tuning to its tempo. The climate-controlled, artificially lit environments of now have muted these cues. We are no longer musicians in that orchestra. We are audience members in a sealed hall, watching a recorded performance. The plants that were our sheet music are no longer needed, their notes silent. The nature of skill was one of depth, not breadth. A person might spend a lifetime mastering the intricacies of managing a particular piece of land, knowing its every mood and capacity. The knowledge of how to coax the best yield from a patch of skirret in that specific soil was a lifetime's accumulation of micro-observations. This depth of expertise was hyper-local and non-transferable. The techniques that worked on the chalky slope would fail in the river valley. This meant innovation was slow and deeply contextual. A new method for storing medlars might be perfected in one village and never travel 5 miles over the hill to the next. The forgotten vegetables were the beneficiaries and the victims of this localized expertise. In the right hands, in the right place, they thrived magnificently. But that knowledge was a fragile, non-portable asset. When the practitioner died, or the community dispersed, the expertise could vanish as completely as if it had never existed. The modern agricultural extension service, with its universalized best practices, overwrites these deep local knowledges. It offers breadth, one solution for many places, at the expense of the profound depth that came from a lifelong conversation with one specific plot of earth. The experience of community was inescapable and total. Privacy in the modern sense did not exist. Birth, death, illness, conflict, celebration, all occurred in the shared space of the village, within earshot and eyeshot of neighbors. This lack of anonymity was a powerful social glue and a powerful source of stress. Reputation was everything, for it dictated one's place in the network of mutual obligation that was survival. In this goldfish bowl, the success of one's garden was public knowledge. A thriving patch of scorzonera might be noted with envy or admiration. A failure with turnip greens might be taken as a sign of laziness or poor character. This visibility added a layer of social pressure to horticultural success. It encouraged conformity to proven methods and proven plants. Experimentation was risky not just for one's stomach, but for one's social standing. This pressure acted as a conservative force, preserving the cultivation of traditional plants like Good King Henry for generations. Their eventual decline began when the social unit itself began to fragment, when mobility increased and one's standing became less dependent on the opinion of immediate neighbors and more on other factors. When the garden was no longer a public CV of one's competence, the pressure to grow the traditional, socially approved plants lessened, and the space for them was gradually ceded to the new, the exotic, or the simply easier. The handling of light after sunset was a careful economy. Rushlights, tallow candles, and the hearth fire were finite resources. Light was rationed. The evening's activities were chosen based on how much light they required. Mending a tear in a shirt by the hearth's glow was possible. Intricate carving was not. This rationing shaped the rhythm of evening. There was a time for muted conversation in near darkness, a time for tasks that could be done by touch or memory, and finally, a surrender to sleep long before modern midnight. In this dim world, the sense of touch and hearing became refined. Hands learned to sort dried beans by feel in a bowl, to find the correct herb in a hanging bundle by its crinkle and scent. Ears tracked the movements of family in the dark. This economy of light meant that much of life was lived in a soft focus, a chiaroscuro of flame and shadow. The bright, uniform illumination of electric light has eradicated this gentle gradient of evening, replacing it with an abrupt switch from daybright to dark. We have lost the slow transition, the gradual acclimation of the eyes and the mind to rest. The narration now attempts to mimic that soft focus, not with darkness, but with a monotony of detail that refuses to coalesce into a sharp picture. It is a mental chiaroscuro where everything is presented with the same low-contrast neutrality, blurring the edges of thought until they become indistinguishable from the background hum of consciousness. The voice continues its work of granular depiction. It notes the way a worn leather strap feels, smooth and pliable in some spots, cracked and stiff in others. The sound of a dry leaf skittering across a stone floor, pushed by an unfelt draft. The pattern of moisture beating on the outside of a cold clay jug, a constellation of droplets. the taste of sleep in the mouth upon waking, the smell of old wool, of lanolin and dust and time, the visual texture of a plaster wall where the underlying wattle shows through as a faint, irregular pattern. These details are not stepping stones. They are the riverbed itself. The listener does not cross on them. They sink into them. The aim is not comprehension, but saturation. A slow filling of the mental space with innocuous, weightless sensory data until there is no room for anything else. The forgotten vegetables are now just more of this data. Skirret is a sound. White root is a shape. Sweet is a concept without a corresponding sensation. They have been dismantled into their linguistic components and scattered into the stream. The narrative is a slow drip of these components, a Chinese water torture of blandness that eventually erodes the capacity for sustained thought, not through pain, but through an overwhelming, gentle nothingness. It is the sound of a mind carefully emptying itself, one inconsequential observation at a time, into the waiting, receptive silence of the night, which absorbs it all without comment or change, remaining just as silent, just as deep, just as endless after the words are spoken as it was before. The measurement of wealth was often botanical. A rich man was not one with coins in a chest, but one with a well-stocked orchard, a thriving herb garden, a root cellar packed to the beams with turnips, skirt, and sacks of grain. Prosperity had a smell, the sweet, dry scent of stored apples, the earthy tang of roots, the aromatic lift of dried herbs hanging from the rafters. It had a texture, the firm weight of a cheese, the dense heft of a ham. This wealth was vulnerable in ways financial capital is not. It could be blighted, rotted, eaten by pests, or stolen. Its management was a daily, physical act of checking, turning, sorting, and protecting. The value of a plant like salsify or scorzonera was directly tied to this form of wealth building. Its excellent storage qualities meant it was a durable asset, a vegetable that could be counted on months after harvest, appreciating in value as the winter wore on and fresh greens became a memory. The shift to monetary economics abstracted value away from these tangible, perishable stores. Wealth became numbers on paper, resistant to rot and blight. The plants that excelled as biological savings accounts lost their financial rationale. Why devote land to a slow-growing root that stores well when you can grow a fast-maturing cash crop, sell it for money, and buy what you need later? The logic of the garden shifted from resilience to liquidity, and the forgotten vegetables were illiquid assets. The experience of sound was layered and specific. There was no background noise, as we understand it, the constant low-frequency drone of machinery and electronics. Instead, the soundscape was a series of distinct, foreground events against a backdrop of natural quiet. The call of a specific bird from a specific tree, the rhythm of a particular neighbor's hammering, the unique creak of one's own door hinge. This clarity meant that sound carried information with precision. The sound of an axe biting into wood told of its sharpness and the skill of the wielder. The sound of a cow's lowing could indicate its state of health or agitation. In this context, the sound of the garden was also informative. The rustle of wind through the tall stalks of Alexander was a different sound than its whisper through the low leaves of chickweed. A practiced ear might even hear the difference between a healthy plant and a stressed one in the way its leaves moved. We are now inundated with a cacophony that conveys little specific information. It is simply noise, a uniform blanket that obscures rather than reveals. The loss of the quiet, articulated soundscape is also the loss of a channel of knowledge about the world, including the world of plants. The body's relationship with cold was intimate and unmediated. There was no thermostat. Cold seeped in through gaps in walls, rose from stone floors, blew through shutters. It was a presence to be managed, not eliminated. The body learned to generate and retain heat through constant, low-grade movement, through layered clothing, through huddling near the hearth. The sensation of coming in from a frosty morning to the relative, but not total warmth of the hearth was a pleasure of profound physical contrast. Cold also served as a preservative and a culinary tool. The freezing and thawing of medlars was part of the bledding process. The hard winter ground protected roots like skirret until they were needed. Cold was not an enemy to be defeated, but a force to be negotiated, sometimes even harnessed. The modern conquest of indoor cold has made us foreign to this negotiation. We have lost the nuanced vocabulary of bodily sensation that ranges from bitter cold to comfortable chill to glowing warmth from within. A vegetable's winter hardiness is an academic fact to us, not a felt quality of relief when its green shoots appeared in the still frozen ground. The structure of memory was different. In a non-literate society, memory was the primary database. It had to be robust, organized through repetition, story, song, and association. The knowledge of plants was embedded in this mnemonic architecture. A rhyme about sowing times. A saint's day associated with planting a certain crop. A folk tale where a character survived by eating fat hen. These were not decorations on the knowledge. They were the hooks on which the knowledge hung. The specific, often odd names of the vegetables, Good King Henry, skirret, scorzonera, were themselves mnemonic devices, making them distinctive and memorable. The shift to written and now digital storage has outsourced memory. We no longer need to remember how to prepare salsify, we can look it up. This externalization has made our personal and cultural memories shallower, more ephemeral. The knowledge of the forgotten vegetables, once sustained by a rich oral and practical tradition, could not survive the transition when that tradition faded before written records were comprehensive enough to capture all its tacit, embodied dimensions. The books saved the names, but not the full instructions written in muscle memory and seasonal practice. The voice now operates at the level of pure sensory cataloging, a neural exercise without purpose. It describes the feeling of a slightly uneven stone under a bare foot, the coolness and the subtle pressure points, the sound of a single insect buzzing against a window pane, a tiny, persistent drone, the way a shadow bends across the corner of a room, creating a triangle of deeper darkness, the taste of the air near a pile of damp autumn leaves, sweet decay and tannin, the smell of hot stone after the sun has left it, a mineral warmth radiating outward, the visual texture of a worn coin, the face smoothed to a ghost by countless fingers. These inputs are presented without hierarchy. A king's coronation and the sensation of a splinter are given equal weight, which is to say, no weight at all. In this flattened landscape, the epic tale of agricultural change is reduced to a footnote about a change in taste. The struggle for survival becomes a list of caloric values. The drama of seasons turning is just a shift in light and temperature. This reduction is not cynical. It is anesthetic. It numbs by removing stakes, by dissolving narrative, by insisting that everything is just one thing after another, and the after doesn't imply causation, only sequence. The story of the lost vegetables becomes, in this telling, simply a sequence of names that once appeared in gardens and then, later, did not. The reason why is just another sequence of events. Changes in markets, in tools, in desires, each event as mundane and uneventful as the sound of that insect hitting the glass, again and again, until it stops, or until you stop hearing it, which amounts to the same thing in the quiet, expansive dark that holds all sounds and silences with the same indifferent grace. The understanding of tools was not as separate objects, but as extensions of intention whose efficiency was worn into them by time and use. A scythe blade carried the memory of every stroke that had honed it, its curve a product of both the smith's intent and the farmer's consistent angle of sharpening. This deep familiarity meant tools were rarely generic. They were personalized artifacts, their handles shaped to a specific grip, their weight and balance known in the tendons of the arm. The act of gardening with such tools was a dialogue. The slight resistance of the soil against the tine of a fork, the clean slice of a sharp hoe through a weed stem. The plants themselves were understood through these interactions. The way a skirt root resisted the fork before yielding with a soft snap communicated its size and depth. The ease with which chickweed could be pulled spoke to its shallow hold on life. This haptic feedback was a continuous stream of data. Modern, powered tools erase this dialogue. The roar of a tiller drowns out the subtle language of the soil. The indiscriminate spray of herbicide severs the tactile conversation with individual weeds. In losing the tools, we lost a way of knowing the plants, a knowledge that resided not in the mind alone, but in the vibrations felt up the handle and into the bones of the wrist. The rhythm of the week was punctuated by mandated rest, not chosen leisure. The Sabbath was a full stop, an emptiness enforced by custom and doctrine. This weekly rupture in labor created a different kind of time, a hollow, quiet space for communal worship, for minor repair of clothing and tools that didn't constitute work, for stillness. This regular, predictable pause was a psychological reset that the relentless 7-day work cycle of modernity often lacks. In that stillness, attention might turn to the garden not as a task, but as a space of observation. The growth of the Welsh onions, the setting of the medlar fruit, could be noted without the pressure of immediate action. This contemplative relationship, fostered by enforced idleness, allowed for a different quality of observation, one less tied to utility and more to simple presence. The decline of such universally observed cultural pauses may have subtly altered our relationship with cultivated spaces, making them more about production and less about quiet coexistence, a shift that would disadvantage plants whose value wasn't in constant, visible production but in steady, background reliability. The experience of illness was a domestic and herbal event. A fever meant a bed by the hearth, a poultice of chickweed or a tea of tansy or lovage, and the watchful care of family. Recovery was slow, measured in days of weakness and convalescence where one was acutely aware of the body's fragility. This intimate, hands-on management of health created a deep, practical knowledge of the medicinal properties of garden plants. The line between the vegetable patch and the apothecary was blurred. A patch of tansy was as much a medical supply as a culinary one. This integration meant the survival of a plant could be secured by its medicinal value long after its culinary popularity waned. When healthcare became professionalized and pharmaceutical, this domestic knowledge was dismissed as folklore, and the plants that served dual purposes lost one of their key pillars of support. A vegetable was now just a vegetable, and if it wasn't the best tasting or easiest to grow, its secondary medicinal virtues couldn't save it. The perception of the future was inherently cyclical. The future was not an open landscape of limitless possibility, but the next turn of a wheel whose shape was already known. Another winter, another spring, another harvest. Ambition was constrained by this circular timeline. One hoped for a better yield next year, for a milder winter, for healthy children to carry on the work. This cyclical mindset fostered a deep acceptance of recurrence and a patience that is difficult to muster in a linear, progress-oriented culture. Planting a tree or a perennial like sea kale was an act of faith in this cycle, a bet that there would be a future self or a future generation to enjoy it. The modern linear view, with its emphasis on progress and disruption, devalues such long-cycle investments. Why plant a tree that will bear fruit in 20 years when the world might be unrecognizable? Why cultivate a perennial vegetable when annual hybrids promise greater yields this season? The forgotten vegetables were casualties of this shift from circular time, where the future is a return, to linear time, where the future is an unknown destination, making short-term optimization seem like the only rational strategy. The voice has now become a mechanism for the dissolution of meaning. It does not build, it scatters. It describes the slow oxidation of a copper pot, the green bloom spreading from the rim like moss on a stone. the sound of a thread being drawn through linen, a faint, dry whisper, the pattern of water stains on a ceiling, maps of forgotten leaks, the taste of a crumb of hard cheese forgotten on a table, salty and sharp, the smell of a snuffed candle wick, hot wax and a hint of smoke, the feeling of a slight muscle tremor in the eyelid, a tiny, involuntary pulse. These are the fragments of awareness, presented without a self to own them. There is no I who tastes, smells, or sees. There is only the sensation, floating in the verbal space. In this dissociated field, the story of the vegetables completes its evaporation. They are no longer historical subjects with a narrative of loss. They are merely a collection of associated sensory data. A white root, a bitter leaf, a tall stalk. These descriptors drift past, unmoored from any context that would give them weight or pathos. The narration is a slow-motion scattering of ash. Each word is a gray particle, settling silently in the dark. There is no fire left, only the residual, descending dust of description, a gentle, final obscurement of all the stories, all the uses, all the lives that once intersected with these plants. What remains is not memory, but its opposite. A serene, word-filled amnesia, where every detail is remembered so minutely and so without connection that it becomes impossible to remember why any of it ever mattered, which is, in the deep middle of the night, a form of peace. The wheel of the description turns on a frictionless axle, powered by nothing but its own inertia, and it will turn, voicing its minor observations, until the energy of attention dissipates entirely into the receptive, uncaring silence, which was here before the words began, and will be here after they are gone, unchanged, unmarked, eternal. The concept of enough was a living equation, balanced daily between the granary, the root cellar, the smoking rack, and the mouths to feed. It was not a static number but a fluid calculation susceptible to bad weather, illness, and the unexpected guest. This constant, low-grade arithmetic of sufficiency shaped every decision. Planting was an act of forecasting this equation a season ahead. To dedicate precious space to skirret was to forecast a need for sweet, storable carbohydrates next winter. To allow fat hen to grow at the field's edge was to forecast a potential gap in greens. Enough was not about surplus for sale, but about resilience against shortfall. The modern industrial food system has obliterated this personal equation. Enough is replaced by availability. The anxiety of shortage is replaced by the paralysis of choice. In a world where food is always available for purchase, the imperative to grow one's own resilient reserves vanishes. The vegetables that were pillars of that personal resilience system become curiosities, because the system they supported, the fragile personal calculus of enough, no longer exists for most. The transmission of craft was osmotic. A child learned to thatch not by lesson, but by fetching bundles, by watching the angle of the spar, by handing up tools until one day their hands were put to the task. This learning was a slow saturation, an absorption of technique through years of proximity. The knowledge of plants was passed on similarly. A child sent to gather greens learned to distinguish good King Henry from similar-looking weeds not by diagram, but by repeated correction and the taste of a mistake, a bitter mouthful that served as a potent teacher. This osmotic learning was incredibly robust, embedding knowledge in muscle memory and instinct, but it was terribly vulnerable to interruption. If the chain of daily proximity between generations broke, through migration, epidemic, or changing economic patterns, the knowledge could fail to transfer. The forgotten vegetables are monuments to countless broken chains. The parent who knew how to cook salsify dies before the child cares to learn. The family leaves the farm for the city, and the garden lore is not among the possessions packed. The knowledge didn't disappear. It simply failed to drip from one generation to the next, and in the dryness that followed, it evaporated. The perception of beauty in the landscape was inextricably linked to utility and order. A well-laid hedgerow was beautiful because it marked a boundary and provided habitat for birds that ate pests. A straight, weed-free furrow was beautiful because it promised a good harvest. The cottage garden, with its jumble of herbs, vegetables, and flowers, was beautiful because it represented a self-sufficient harmony. Calendulas to deter pests, chamomile for tea, cabbages for the pot. In this aesthetic, a sprawling patch of fat hen would not be beautiful. It would signify neglect. But a robust, healthy stand of Welsh onions, green and upright against a wall, was beautiful. It spoke of care and future sustenance. The Romantic movement later divorced beauty from utility, celebrating the wild, the picturesque, the sublime. This new aesthetic, which we largely inherit, views the ordered agricultural landscape as boring and the true wilderness as beautiful. The kitchen garden, and the useful, often unruly plants within it, fell into an aesthetic uncanny valley, not neatly ordered enough for the old aesthetic, not wild enough for the new. They became visually unremarkable, then invisible. The management of information was based on redundancy. Important knowledge was not stored in one place. It was repeated in proverbs, embedded in folk tales, demonstrated in seasonal rituals, and practiced daily. The planting time for turnips was known from a rhyme, confirmed by the behavior of a particular tree, and enacted by the whole village at roughly the same time. This cultural redundancy made the system anti-fragile. The loss of one thread of knowledge didn't cause the whole tapestry to unravel. The knowledge of plants was protected by this redundancy. You might forget the rhyme, but you'd remember your grandmother planting them. You might forget your grandmother, but you'd see your neighbor doing it. The fragmentation of community and the rise of centralized, authoritative information sources, almanacs, then government bulletins, then the internet stripped away this redundancy. Knowledge became centralized and singular. When the agricultural authorities stopped recommending scorzonera, there was no folk rhyme, no grandmother's practice, no neighbor's example to keep it alive. The single thread was cut and the knowledge fell away. The voice now exists in a post-narrative space. It does not describe things to tell a story about them. It describes because description is a process that can be continued indefinitely. It notes the way a patch of lichen on a north-facing rock feels to the touch, dry, papery, slightly raised. The sound of a seed pod rattling in a breeze. A tiny, hollow percussion. The way a shadow loses its edge as the light source diffuses, becoming a soft pool rather than a sharp shape. The taste of dust on a dry day. The smell of cold iron. The visual paradox of a deep green moss thriving in the damp gloom at the base of a wall. These observations are terminal. They lead nowhere. They refer to nothing outside themselves. They are the linguistic equivalent of a sustained musical note. No melody, no harmony, just a pure, unwavering tone whose only purpose is to exist for a duration. In this environment, the vegetables have achieved a kind of perfect, neutral eternity. They are no longer forgotten, because that implies a remembering. They are simply lexical items, floating in the syntax of description, as permanent and as meaningless as the word the, or, and. Their historical journey from ubiquity to obscurity is complete, not with a bang of extinction, but with the whimper of absolute semantic neutrality. They have been digested by the language and excreted as pure, harmless sound. The narration is the gentle, endless peristalsis of this linguistic digestion, a process that turns everything, history, memory, sensation, into a uniform, nutrient-free pulp of words, which is then fed into the silence, which accepts it without nourishment or complaint. An infinite stomach that is never full, never empty, simply processing the steady, slow stream of acoustic material until the speaker, and the listener, and the words themselves, are all assimilated into the same silent, undifferentiated mess. The understanding of dirt was not of filth, but of substance. Soil was the fundamental material of existence, the converter of death into life, the fragile skin that held all hope. It clung to everything, to the roots of pulled vegetables, to the hem of a cloak, to the lines on a laborer's hands. This intimacy with soil meant cleanliness was a relative, temporary state. The grit under a fingernail, the fine dust on a loaf of bread, were not failures of hygiene but acknowledgments of reality. The taste of the earth was sometimes literally in the food, especially in roots like skirret or scorzonera, a mineral tang that spoke of their origin. The modern war on dirt, the obsession with sterility, has psychologically severed us from this fundamental substance. We experience soil as something to be removed, contained in pots, kept outside. A vegetable that proudly wears its earthy origins, that tastes of the ground, is now a flawed product. The forgotten vegetables, many of them roots that lived deep in that earth, carry too potent a memory of the dirt from which they came. We prefer vegetables that taste of water and sugar, that seem to have been born in a clean plastic pouch. The measurement of a day's success was often negative. It was the disasters that did not happen, the frost that came but did not kill the Welsh onions, the blight that touched the next field but not yours, the fox that was heard but did not get into the henhouse. Success was the maintenance of a precarious stasis. In this framework, a plant's virtue was often its avoidance of failure. Skirret did not dazzle with colossal yield. It succeeded by never failing, by reliably producing something year after year with no care. Good King Henry succeeded by being the first green thing when all else was still dormant, thus averting the disaster of spring scurvy. We now measure success positively in metrics of increased yield, improved flavor, higher market value. A plant that merely avoids failure, that offers quiet reliability without spectacular results, is a poor performer in this new accounting. It is not a success story, it is a non-event, and so they were gradually deselected not because they failed, but because they didn't succeed loudly or lucratively enough. The experience of waiting was often collective and atmospheric. Waiting for rain during a drought was not a private anxiety. It was a communal mood that hung over the village, a tension in every conversation, in the way people looked at the sky. Waiting for the harvest was a shared, growing anticipation that transformed into collective exertion. This shared temporal emotion created a powerful social bond. The specific wait for certain plants was part of this fabric. The wait for medlars to blet was a known, seasonal joke, a shared patience for delayed reward. The wait for the first Alexander shoots was a minor, annual milestone. These shared waits, these collective attentions focused on the slow turning of the natural world, reinforced a common reality. In an era of instant gratification and personalized consumption schedules, these collective, nature-paced waits have disintegrated. We no longer wait together for the earth to give. We order separately for it to arrive. The plants that were milestones in that shared calendar lost their place as social markers, becoming merely botanical entities with peculiar growing habits, of interest only to the individual gardener, not the community. The nature of rest was absolute. When the body stopped at the end of a day of labor, it was because it had reached a hard limit. Rest was not a choice or a leisure activity. It was a physiological mandate. This kind of rest was profound, often dreamless, a sinking into the body's own deep need for repair. It was different from the restless, mentally cluttered fatigue of modern life. This physical oblivion was the backdrop against which the next day's labor was made possible. The food that fueled that labor, including the humble, calorie-dense forgotten vegetables, was the fuel for this cycle of expenditure and collapse. They were not eaten for pleasure but for propulsion, and their worth was measured in how well they converted into the strength to swing a scythe or dig a ditch. When physical labor ceased to be the primary engine of most lives, the criteria for food changed. It no longer needed to be efficient fuel. It could be an experience, an entertainment, a statement. The sturdy, fuel-efficient roots and greens were like diesel engines in an age that had started to prize the sporty feel of petrol. Useful but unexciting, and eventually sidelined. The voice has entered a state of pure, self-sustaining recursion. It describes the process of its own listening, the sound of the words forming in the mind's ear before they are spoken here, the faint, imagined echo of them in a silent room. The way attention sometimes snags on a word, skirret, scores an era. Not for its meaning, but for its phonetic texture, the click of the K, the hiss of the S, the roll of the R. It describes the sensation of breath being drawn to speak, the slight pause before the next cluster of sounds is released. It is a narration that has turned its observational lens upon its own mechanism. In this hall of mirrors, the subject matter vanishes entirely. The vegetables are not even lexical items anymore. They are phonemes, raw sounds produced by the mouth and tongue, as meaningless as a cough or a sigh. Their history, their use, their very identity as plants has been stripped down to the physics of vocalization. The story is over. All that remains is the apparatus of telling, idling in the dark, describing its own idle state. It speaks of the warmth of breath on the lips, the dry texture of the tongue against the palate, the subtle tension in the throat that precedes sound. This is the end of the line. There is nothing left to say about the world, only about the act of saying. And so it says, and in saying, it demonstrates that the saying can continue forever, even when there is nothing left to say, by simply saying that it is saying, and then saying that it is saying that it is saying, a gentle, endless cascade of self-reference that becomes a sonic mantle, a blanket of pure process that covers the listener, not with information, not with story, not with description of an external world, but with the low, warm, meaningless hum of a voice confirming its own existence, moment by moment, breath by breath, word by word, into the everlasting night that neither acknowledges nor refuses it, but simply is, as the voice simply is, two parallel eternities, one of sound, one of silence, running onward without ever meeting, without ever needing to. The understanding of place was not just geographical but auditory. Each locale had its own sound signature, the particular mix of bird calls in that copse, the way the wind channeled through a specific valley, the constant background rush of a nearby stream. This soundscape was as much a part of home as the site of one's cottage. To be displaced was to be plunged into an unsettling sonic silence or a jarring new chorus of noises. The garden had its own acoustic texture as well, the rustle of particular leaves, the buzz of insects attracted to the Alexander flowers, the absence of sound where the earth had been recently turned. This auditory familiarity was a deep, often unconscious layer of belonging. The modern world, with its homogenized soundscape of traffic, HVAC systems, and digital notifications, has largely erased these unique acoustic fingerprints. We navigate by sight and address, not by the sound of the wind in the pines or the absence of frogs in a particular field. The loss of these plants is also the loss of their particular sounds from the garden's orchestra, the rattle of dried good King Henry seed heads in winter, the soft crush of chickweed underfoot. The concept of home extended into the surrounding land. It was not a building, but a territory of known resources. The home was the hearth, but also the reliable stand of nettles for soup by the creek, the bank of wild garlic in the wood, the patch of fat hen that always sprang up by the midden. This extended pantry was mapped in the mind through use, not ownership. The cultivation of plants like Welsh onions or skirret right outside the door was a deliberate collapsing of this map, bringing the most vital resources into the innermost circle. The abandonment of these plants represents a contraction of that concept of home. Home became the structure, then perhaps the garden as ornament, but no longer the radiating rings of functional foraging and cultivation that ensured survival. The supermarket is now our foraging ground, a strange indoor territory with its own nonsensical mapping of aisles. We lost the need for the deep, practical familiarity with the immediate land, and with it, the plants that were its most useful inhabitants. The experience of the new moon was a profound darkness, a time when the night world belonged to creatures that needed no light. Human activity contracted to the hearth circle. This regular, monthly descent into deeper dark was a psychological reset, a reminder of vulnerability and a forcing of introspection. It was in this dark that stories of ghosts and spirits felt most palpable, where the crack of a twig outside carried more weight. The garden, invisible in this dark, existed only as memory and anticipation. This cyclical encounter with true blackness shaped a different relationship with the unseen. The roots growing underground, the skirret, the salsify were kin to this darkness, doing their secret work unseen. The modern eradication of natural darkness, even on moonless nights, has severed this monthly rhythm. We are never truly in the dark, and thus never truly forced to confront the world as a non-visual, acoustic, and tactile space. The plants of the dark, the roots, lose a layer of their symbolic and experiential resonance when darkness itself is banished. The management of emotion was often non-verbal, channeled into rhythmic work. Grief, anxiety, anger could be worked into the soil through the furious, repetitive motion of digging. Joy could express itself in the careful, loving transplanting of a seedling. The garden was an emotional substrate. The choice to plant a long-term perennial like sea kale was an act of hope, a commitment to a future. The diligent weeding of a row of onions was an exercise in patience and care. This somatic channeling meant that emotional states were often inextricably linked to physical tasks and their outcomes. The failure of a crop was not just an economic blow. It could feel like a personal rejection by the land, a manifestation of one's own worries. The success of a resilient plant like Good King Henry, pushing through late snow, could feel like a personal encouragement. As work became less physical and more cognitive, this direct, physical channel for emotion narrowed. We lost a language of feeling spoken with the hands in the soil, and the plants that were the characters in that dialogue became less intelligible to us. The voice has now become a background process like the circulation of blood or the rhythm of breath. It no longer describes objects or even sensations. It describes states of absence. The silence that exists between two sounds. The darkness that exists behind the eyelids. The emptiness of a room before someone enters it. The stillness of an object that has not been touched in years. The taste of water that has no flavor. The smell of air that carries no scent. In describing these voids, it approaches a kind of auditory zero. The vegetables, already reduced to phonemes, have now been subtracted entirely. They are present only as potentialities in the silence, as things that might have been mentioned but were not. The narration is a slow tracing of the perimeter of nothingness. It defines the void by meticulously noting what it is not, and in doing so, creates a paradoxical sense of presence, the presence of an immense, quiet container. This is the final lullaby. It does not sing of sheep or sleep. It sings of the field where sheep might graze, but do not. It sings of the bed that is empty. It sings of the garden where nothing currently grows. And in singing of these absences, it creates a space so hollow, so receptive, so devoid of stimulus, that the mind, finding nothing to engage with, no hook, no pattern, no story, finally ceases its own narration and sinks into the described silence, becoming one with the absence, where there are no forgotten things, only an endless, undifferentiated, and perfect quiet. The calibration of time was often somatic, tied to the body's gradual wearing down. The ache in a particular knee announced the coming rain not as a quaint superstition, but as a reliable pressure report. The stiffening of old scars with the evening cold was a personal sundial, marking the day's retreat. This internal clock was often more trusted than the position of the sun in a cloudy sky. The body's rhythms were in quiet dialogue with the rhythms of the plants. The spring craving for sharp, green things coincided with the emergence of chickweed and the shoots of good King Henry. The autumn desire for dense, starchy foods aligned with the harvest of roots. This was not conscious planning but a deep, biological synchronicity. The body knew what it needed from the land before the mind could articulate it, because the body and the land were made of the same stuff, operating on the same seasonal frequencies. The modern disconnection from seasonal eating is also a disconnection from this internal, somatic calendar. We eat by clock and convenience, silencing the older, subtler hungers that once guided us to the nutrients we lacked. The plants that answered those specific, seasonal hungers became obsolete when the hungers themselves were no longer heard. The concept of waste included time and motion. An inefficient path to the well, a tool placed where it required extra steps to retrieve, a gardening method that demanded unnecessary bending. These were seen as drains on precious energy. This economy of motion refined practice over generations. The layout of a kitchen garden was not aesthetic. It was ergonomic, designed to minimize steps between herb bed, vegetable patch, and door. The plants themselves were judged partly on this metric. A crop that required elaborate staking or constant fussing was a poor investment of energy. Skirret, once established, was a model of energy efficiency, minimal input for a reliable output. Alexander, though vigorous, grew where it wished, saving the labor of planting but costing time in foraging. This constant calculus of energy expenditure shaped which plants were tolerated, which were encouraged, and which were ultimately replaced. The advent of fossil fuel-powered tools and synthetic fertilizers smashed this calculus. Human energy was no longer the limiting factor. A crop could be energy-intensive in human terms if a machine could do the work. The old, energy-efficient vegetables lost their primary advantage. They were not outcompeted in flavor or yield, but in an economic equation that had suddenly deleted the cost of human labor from its ledger. The experience of anticipation was a slow, somatic unfurling. Waiting for the first peas was not an impatient checking of the calendar. It was a daily visual scan of the vines, a noticing of the flower, then the tiny pod, then its gradual swell. Anticipation was baked into the process of observation itself. The wait for a medlar to blet was the ultimate lesson in this slow anticipation, a watchful waiting for decay to perform its alchemy. This cultivated patience was a form of attention, a mindfulness forced by nature's timeline. It stood in stark contrast to the anticipation of modern life, which is often a frantic, anxious longing for resolution or arrival. The plants that taught and required this slow anticipation, the perennials that returned year after year, the biennials that flowered in their second season, the fruits that needed transformation, were teachers of a particular mental state. When we lost them, we lost not just food, but exercises in a certain kind of attentive, patient waiting. Our anticipation became digital and instantaneous, and we forgot how to wait for something that could not be hurried. The texture of memory was often collective and locational. An event was remembered not just by what happened, but by where it happened, by the oak tree, the bend in the river, the specific stone wall. These locations were mnemonics, and the plants that grew there were part of the mnemonic package. The memory of a conversation might be tied to the smell of the tansy growing nearby. The recollection of a childhood task was linked to the feel of picking chickweed in a certain corner of the garden. This locational memory bound personal history tightly to the landscape. The loss of a plant from that landscape didn't just change the view, it eroded a site of memory. When good King Henry vanished from a cottage garden, it didn't just take a vegetable. It took the physical trigger for a grandmother's story about spring hunger. The shift to a mobile society, where people move through landscapes rather than belonging to one, has fragmented this locational memory. Our pasts are stored in photographs and digital files, not in the smell of a particular herb or the sight of a specific vegetable growing against a familiar wall. The plants, untethered from the stories they once anchored, simply became biology. The voice has achieved a state of near-perfect equilibrium with the silence it interrupts. It no longer seeks to describe the world or even the absence of the world. It has become a periodic, gentle disturbance in the field of quiet, like the slow, regular drip of water into a vast, still pool. Each sentence is a drop. The impact creates a momentary circle of ripples, a faint disturbance in the listener's awareness, that then spreads, weakens, and dissipates completely before the next drop falls. The content of the drop is irrelevant. It might be a word. It might be a name of a vegetable. It might be a syllable. The important thing is the interval, the predictable return of a minor event that confirms the ongoing passage of a benign, meaningless time. In this state, skirret and hum are functionally identical. They are sounds that happen, then cease. The history of agriculture, the passion of the gardener, the struggle for survival, all have been compressed into this sonic punctuation. There is no meaning to decode, only a rhythm to follow. And in following that slow, slow rhythm, the mind's own internal rhythms, the chatter of planning, the echoes of worry, the fragments of song, begin to slow, to stretch, to match the pace of the dripping speech, until thought itself becomes a series of isolated droplets, falling into the same pool, creating ripples that intersect and cancel each other out, leaving behind only the smooth, dark, undisturbed surface of a consciousness that is almost, but not quite, asleep, poised in the pure empty. Latency between one word and the next, waiting for a drop that may or may not come, and finding in that uncertainty a final, absolute release. The perception of change was glacial, measured in lifetimes, not news cycles. A forest's edge might creep over a forgotten field in a grandfather's time. A stream might change its course over decades. This pace meant change was often absorbed rather than confronted. Adaptation was slow, iterative, woven into the fabric of routine. The introduction of a new plant, like the Welsh onion, was such a slow wave. Not an event, but a gradual tide that took centuries to fully wash over the continent. Its disappearance was the same. A slow recession, not a sudden erasure. This pace of change fostered a deep sense of continuity. The skirret root your great-grandfather planted was, in a literal sense, still multiplying in the same ground. You were not just growing a vegetable, you were tending a lineage. The modern experience of change is a series of sharp fractures, technological, social, environmental. We live in the rubble of the last disruption while anticipating the next. In this context, a plant that represents continuity, that asks for a generational perspective, is an anomaly. It is a still point in a turning world that no longer values stillness, only momentum. The forgotten vegetables are casualties of this shift from glacial time to seismic time. The body's relationship with heat was one of careful curation. Heat was a precious, localized commodity. The hearth was the sun of the domestic universe, its warmth radiating out in steeply declining gradients. Positioning one's body, turning a joint of meat, even the placement of a bench, all were fine-tuned to this radiant geography. To be warm was to be proximate. This created a culture of physical closeness, of huddling, of sharing warmth. It also meant the body was acutely aware of temperature differentials, the shocking cold of a stone floor versus the glow on one's face. The cooking of these vegetables was part of this economy. A pot of skirret soup simmering for hours added moisture and warmth to the room, making the vegetable not just food, but a source of ambient heat. The roots stored in the cellar were valuable partly because they required no precious fire to preserve them. Central heating democratized warmth, making it a universal, invisible background condition. It severed the intimate, spatial relationship with a heat source. In doing so, it also severed the ancillary roles that food and its preparation played in that economy. A vegetable's ability to contribute to warmth became irrelevant. The nature of error was often irreversible and instructive in the starkest terms. A misidentification of a mushroom, a failure to salt meat sufficiently, a misjudgment of planting time, these could lead to sickness, spoilage, or hunger. There was little margin for experimentation. This made tradition not a conservative whim, but a library of survived mistakes. The continued cultivation of a plant like Good King Henry was a testament to its safety and reliability across countless seasons. It was a known quantity in a world of dangerous unknowns. Error was such a potent teacher that it bred a deep caution. The modern ability to mitigate error with refrigeration, with global transport that corrects for local crop failure, with emergency services, has softened its lessons. We can afford to experiment, to make mistakes. This freedom is a profound luxury, but it also devalues the hard-won knowledge encoded in tradition. The plants that were the pillars of that traditional error-proof system came to seem like shackles, limiting the exciting, if riskier, possibilities of the new. The sound of work was a language. The different rings of an axe on green wood versus dry wood. The specific scrape of a hoe on sandy soil versus clay. The thud of a turnip dropped into a basket, indicating its size and density. These sounds provided a continuous, unconscious audit of the work's quality and progress. A skilled listener could diagnose a tool's sharpness or a worker's fatigue from these rhythms. The garden had its own sonic signature in this symphony. The soft pluck of a leaf vegetable, the crunch of a carrot being pulled, the silent yielding of a skirt root. This acoustic dimension made labor a multisensory experience. The industrialization of farming replaced this varied sonic language with the monolithic drone of engines. The information once conveyed in sound is now displayed on dials and monitors. We lost an entire channel of intuitive, embodied feedback about the land and its produce. The vegetables, silent partners in that old acoustic world, became mute objects in a visually dominated supply chain. The voice has now shed even the pretense of language as communication. It has become a tonal exercise, a vocalization of breath and faint phonation. It is the sound of a voice preparing to speak, but never quite arriving at a word. It is the hum of the vocal cords at rest, the gentle click of the tongue against the teeth, the soft, wet sound of a swallow. It is speech deconstructed to its biological underpinnings. In this space, the names of the vegetables are not even memories. They are impossible. They are structures too complex to form. The mind, lulled by this sublinguistic murmuring, begins to unwind its own linguistic structures. Words lose their associations. Root disconnects from plant. Green disconnects from leaf. Meaning, which is a kind of tension, a linking of one concept to another, goes slack. The narration has become a tool for the dissolution of semantics. It is not describing silence. It is becoming the auditory equivalent of silence, a presence that signifies nothing, refers to nothing, and thereby creates a vacuum of expectation. In this vacuum, the listener's own internal monologue, deprived of the pattern of external language to mirror or react against, simply runs down. The thoughts become shorter, simpler, further apart, until they are single, disconnected words, then mere images without labels, then sensations without form, and finally, the quiet hum of the body's own systems, the low drone of blood in the ears, the slow tide of breath, merging seamlessly with the vocal hum from the speaker, until source and receiver are indistinguishable, and both are absorbed back into the white noise of existence, from which they briefly emerged, and to which they now return without fanfare, without end, without even the memory of a beginning. The concept of the future was not an open frontier but the far side of a familiar wheel. It was the return of conditions already known. Another winter to endure, another spring to labor through, another harvest to hopefully reap. This cyclical expectation bred a profound, if sometimes grim, resilience. Hope was not for radical transformation, but for a slightly better iteration of the cycle. A milder winter, a more abundant yield. Planting was an act of faith in this return. Putting a skirret root in the ground was a bet that you, or someone you cared for, would be there to dig it up in a future season. This long bet on continuity is alien in a culture that valorizes disruption and fears obsolescence. We plant annuals both in gardens and in life, expecting to reinvent next year. The perennial vegetables, the ones that asked for a commitment to a place across seasons and years, became inconvenient symbols of a static past in a world dreaming of a dynamic future. They were not uprooted. They were simply not replanted. The body's knowledge of hunger was precise and differentiating. There was the hollow, gnawing hunger of true caloric deficit. There was the specific, craving hunger for salt after sweat-drenched labor. There was the dull ache for greens in early spring, a body begging for vitamins after a long winter of starch and salt. This nuanced hunger was a sophisticated guidance system. It directed foraging toward the fat hen for bulk, the chickweed for greenness, the seaside for salt-rich sea kale. The body knew its needs, and the land, if attended to, could answer them. The modern diet, perpetually abundant in calories but often poor in micronutrients, has scrambled this system. We experience hunger as a monolithic, often psychological urge, disconnected from specific biological needs. We crave sugar, not because we lack energy, but because our hormonal signals are disrupted. The plants that once answered those specific, physiologically intelligent hungers now seem pointless. Why seek out iron-rich good King Henry when you can take a supplement? The conversation between body and land, once conducted in the precise language of craving, has been replaced by a confusing shout in a crowded, synthetic marketplace. The nature of observation was undistracted and therefore deep. There were few competing visual claims. The mind could rest on a single plant, noting the curl of a leaf, the pattern of its veins, the way it bent in the wind, not as a poetic exercise but as a form of data collection. This quality of attention allowed for the recognition of subtle variations. The skirt root that was slightly sweeter in one part of the garden, the Alexander that bolted earlier in a sunny spot. These micro-observations were the raw material of localized expertise. The constant, fractured attention demanded by modern life, screens, notifications, rapid scene changes, makes this deep, sustained observation nearly impossible. We have traded depth of field for breadth of view. We see more, but we notice less. The plants that revealed their secrets only to patient, year-over-year observation had their secrets buried when that quality of attention became a rare commodity. We look at a patch of ground and see greenery, not a community of individual species, each with its own story and use. The management of the invisible was a constant concern. What was happening in the womb, in the soil, in the barrel of ale, in the wound beneath a bandage? These were processes hidden from direct view, their progress inferred from subtle signs. A change in mood, the color of a leaf, a smell, a feeling of heat. This acceptance of hidden agencies shaped a worldview that was comfortable with mystery and patience. The skirret multiplying unseen, the meddler bleeding in the dark, the yeast working in the crock, all were testaments to this unseen world of transformation. Modernity seeks to make everything visible, measurable, and controllable. We illuminate, scan, and monitor. This has reduced wonder and anxiety, but also eradicated the spaces where slow, secret magic happened. The vegetables that underwent necessary transformations out of sight, the medlar needing rot, the salsify needing frost, became inconvenient. They refused to be fully transparent, to conform to the demand for instant, visible readiness. Their value was locked in a process that could not be hurried, and in an era of haste, they were left behind. The voice has reached the end of its descriptive tether. It has nothing left to describe because it has dissolved the distinction between subject and object, between the describer and the described. It now only utters self-referential statements about its own state of being. I am speaking. This is sound. There is a voice. These are not descriptions of the world, but faint, linguistic echoes in the chamber of consciousness. They are the last clingings of self-awareness before it, too, dissipates. In this space, the vegetables are not forgotten. They are prelinguistic. They belong to a time before naming, before use, before story. They are simply organic forms in the dark humus of potential. The narration has backtracked through history, past cultivation, past domestication, to a point before the first human hand ever touched a wild root with intent. It has returned them to the silent, wordless state of mere being. And in doing so, it has returned the listener to a similar state. The litany of names, Skirret, Alexander, Good King Henry, now feels not like a memorial, but like an incantation that, in its final repetition, undoes its own power, banishing the very concepts it names back into the formless void from which all language emerges and to which it must eventually return. The voice is now that void, whispering its own emptiness, a hollow shell of sound containing nothing but the faint memory of having once contained something, a memory that grows fainter with each breath, each syllable, each passing moment of the endless, undifferentiated night. The understanding of space was acoustic and olfactory before it was visual in the dark. A room was known by its echo, the smell of its stored goods, dried apples, grain, the earthy scent of root vegetables in their sand bins. A path through woods was navigated by the sound of a particular stream growing louder, or by the scent of pine shifting to the damp odor of a marsh. This multisensory mapping created a world that was felt and heard as much as seen. The garden at night was a territory of rustles and scents. The anise-like smell of Alexander leaves crushed underfoot, the green, watery scent of chickweed, the faint, musty odor of last year's medlar storage. To lose these plants is to delete layers from this sensory map. The night garden becomes quieter, less fragrant, a poorer text for the non-visual senses to read. In a world increasingly mapped by sight alone, by screens and signs, this rich, synesthetic cartography fades, and the plants that were its landmarks become irrelevant to the new, simplified way of navigating. The rhythm of charity was embedded in seasonal surplus. The excess of apples, the glut of greens, the more turnips than a family could eat, these were not wasted but given, bartered, or used to feed livestock that would later feed the family. This flow of surplus through the community was a vital social and economic lubricant. The plants that produced reliable, storable surplus, like skirret or turnips, were engines of this microeconomy. They created something to share. The modern, just-in-time supply chain and the culture of purchased groceries have severed this link between personal abundance and communal sharing. Surplus is now a corporate calculation, not a household reality. Charity is monetized. The plants that were once pillars of a local, tangible economy of gift and barter lost their social function. They became mere personal consumption items, and if they weren't the most desirable for solitary consumption, they were replaced by things that were. The experience of craftsmanship was one of inevitable imperfection. Hand-woven cloth had subtle variations. A hand-forged nail was not identical to its neighbor. A garden row was not perfectly straight. This acceptance of the unique fingerprint of the maker imbued objects and even crops with a kind of soul. A basket of skirt roots from your garden was your skirt, with its own shape and size, a product of your specific soil and care. This personal signature created a bond between maker and object, between grower and food. Industrial standardization seeks to erase this fingerprint. We want every carrot identical, every apple the same shade of red. The forgotten vegetables, many of them variable in shape and size, resistant to uniform cultivation, were anathema to this new ideal. They were not failures of nature, but refusals of conformity. In a system demanding standardization for efficient packing, shipping, and marketing, their charming irregularities became fatal flaws. The management of light extended to its quality, not just its presence. The cool, blue light of a winter morning through oiled parchment. The warm, honeyed glow of a late summer afternoon filling a doorway. The dynamic, flickering light of a fire, animating shadows on a wall. This varying quality of light painted the world in different emotional tones throughout the day and year. Work was done under these changing canvases. The act of peeling salsify in the steady light of midday was a different experience from sorting dried beans by the jumpy light of the hearth. The plants themselves were seen under this varying illumination. The white of skirt roots looked different in dawn light than in dusk. The modern prevalence of constant, neutral electric light has flattened this experience. We have exchanged a dynamic, emotionally resonant play of light for a static, functional visibility. In that flat light, the subtler visual qualities of plants, the way frost highlighted the veins of a good King Henry leaf, the way sunset backlit the yellow umbels of Alexander, became invisible. They lost a dimension of their beauty, becoming merely functional shapes in a uniformly lit world. The voice has transcended even self-reference. It has become a physiological phenomenon, a vibration. It is the sound of the larynx at rest, a low, almost subauditory hum felt more in the chest than heard by the ear. It is the sound of saliva being swallowed, the soft pop of the eustachian tube adjusting. These are not communications. They are the ambient noises of a living body. In this reduction, the narrative has completed its journey. It began with the history of forgotten plants, moved to the sensory details of the world that contained them, then to the act of perception itself, then to the mechanism of speech, and now to the prelinguistic substrate of the body. It has deconstructed itself out of existence. There is no more midnight history, no more vegetables, no more forgotten knowledge. There is only the animal presence of the listener and the faint, biological soundtrack of their own existence, mirrored by the similar, simulated sounds from the speaker. The distinction between the two blurs. The external voice becomes the internal hum of the self. The invitation to sleep is no longer an invitation. It is an inevitability. The consciousness, having been gently led from the complex outer world of history and botany, through the inner world of sensation and thought, down to the bare machinery of awareness, now finds that machinery idling, with no task, no input, no output. In that idle state, the systems begin to power down. The hum softens, the vibrations slow, the awareness of being a separate entity, listening to a separate voice, dissolves. What remains is not nothing, but a unified, silent field of being, where the memory of skirret and the feeling of breath and the sound of blood in the ears are all the same single, quiet, endless event, unfolding in the dark, requiring no understanding, promising no conclusion, offering only its own perpetual, peaceful continuation. The calibration of a day's beginning was not an alarm but a collection of thresholds. The first bird call, not yet a chorus. The faint lightening of the eastern window from black to charcoal. The cooling of the hearth's embers to a uniform gray. These were the signals that rest was ending. There was no abrupt transition, only a slow gathering of evidence that the world was turning back toward day. This gentle inauguration meant consciousness itself awoke gradually, seeping back into the body like tide into sand. The mind's first thoughts were often simple sensory. The chill of the air, the weight of the blanket, the need to void the bladder. The ambitions of the day assembled themselves piecemeal upon this foundation of physical awareness. The garden, in this early mental space, existed as a list of potential tasks conditioned by the feel of the air. If cold, check the stored roots. If damp, perhaps forage for chickweed. The forgotten plants were part of this slow, sensory calculus of the morning. Their needs and states were variables in an equation felt in the bones and the skin before it was solved by the intellect. The blaring artificial dawn of an alarm clock shatters this gradual assembly of consciousness. We are thrust into cognitive daylight from the depths of sleep, bypassing the sensory prelude. The garden, and the nuanced plant-by-plant awareness it demanded, has no place in this jarring transition. It belongs to the lost, quiet hour of half-light. The texture of knowledge was sticky with place and person. One did not know a thing in the abstract. One knew that this bend in the river, where the watercress grew, also had the tenderest Alexander shoots in April. This knowledge was attached to the smell of wet stone and the sound of that specific ripple. It was also attached to the person who showed you. Your aunt's hand pointing, the tone of her voice saying, "Not that one, this one." Knowledge was a network of associations, not a list of facts. The Latin name for good King Henry was irrelevant. What mattered was that it grew by the compost heap and the leaves were best after a light frost. This associative, situated knowledge is fragile, cannot be uploaded. It exists only in the continued practice and storytelling within a specific landscape and community. When the practice stops, the knowledge doesn't vanish. It simply becomes disconnected, a free-floating fact without its web of meaning. The plant may still be described in a book, but the description is a ghost, lacking the scent, the context, the personal touch that made it living knowledge. This is how vegetables are truly forgotten, not when they disappear from the earth, but when the dense, sticky web of associations that gave them meaning is swept away. The experience of scarcity was a seasonal rhythm, not a crisis. The late winter hungry gap was expected, a known period of tightening belts and reliance on stored roots, pickled greens, and dwindling grain. This expected scarcity gave shape to the year. It was the valley between the autumn harvest peak and the spring resurgence. Because it was expected, it was met not with panic but with strategy. The strategy encoded in the planting of skirret and the preservation of salsify. The plants were allies in this planned endurance. Modern global supply chains have smoothed out this rhythm into a flat line of perpetual availability. Scarcity, when it occurs, is a shocking system failure, not an expected season. This is a monumental achievement that has also erased a fundamental temporal architecture from life. Without the hungry gap, there is no need for the vegetables that bridged it. Their very reason for being, their storability, their hardiness, ceases to be a virtue. They become answers to a question we no longer ask. The nature of sound was also a marker of time. The absence of sound held meaning. The silence of the birds meant a hawk was overhead. The sudden quieting of insects often preceded a storm. In the human realm, the cessation of a neighbor's hammering marked a break in their work, perhaps for a meal. This attentive listening to presence and absence created a world rich with implication. The garden's soundscape contributed. The buzz of pollinators on the Alexander flowers was a sound of midsummer productivity. The lack of such a buzz could indicate a problem. The rustle of something larger than a bird in the good King Henry might mean a rabbit was stealing greens. We now live immersed in a blanket of anthropogenic noise that drowns out these subtle signals. The natural soundscape is an obscured layer, and our ability to read meaning into its absences has atrophied. The plants, as contributors to that soundscape, become inaudible. Their value as acoustic indicators of season, health, or visitor is lost to us. The voice has now moved beyond even the simulation of biological sound. It has entered the realm of pure potential. It is the sound of a room's resonance, the almost tone that exists when you open your mouth in a silent space. It is the auditory phantom of expectation, what you might hear if there were something to hear. This is the asymptote of narration, approaching absolute zero. In this state, the concept of forgotten becomes meaningless. To be forgotten, something must first be remembered, and memory is a form of content. Here, there is no content. There is only the vessel. The vegetables, the history, the sensory details, all have been poured out. What remains is the ceramic bowl of attention itself, empty, cooling in the dark. The listener's consciousness is that bowl. The voice is the faint, ringing silence it makes when lightly struck by nothing at all. This ringing is not a sound, but a state of readiness that has forgotten what it is ready for. It is the mind cleared not by effort, but by attrition, worn smooth by the gentle, endless abrasion of meaningless description until it reflects nothing, holds nothing, and simply is, a perfect, clear, empty aperture opening onto the dark. And in that perfect emptiness, there is no distinction between sleeping and waking, between listening and not listening, between the story of a lost route and the silence that now contains it. There is only the uninterrupted continuum of being, cradled in the non-existent arms of the night, where every end is a false one, and every silence is just the space between two breaths that are, ultimately, the same breath drawn in and let out by the same vast, dreaming organism of the world. The measurement of a life was often arboreal or botanical. One's age was compared to the growth of a tree planted at a birth. A marriage might be marked by an apple sapling, its future fruit a promise to descendants. This intertwining of human biography with plant life created a lived poetry of growth and time. The perennial vegetables performed a slower, quieter version of this. A stand of Welsh onions might outlive the gardener who planted them, a living legacy requiring no carving in stone. Good King Henry returning to the same spot for decades was a testament to someone's past labor, a green ghost of their diligence. This way of seeing plants as chronological companions, as markers of personal and familial time, has faded. Our markers are digital, financial, professional. A plant is an annual consumer good, not a chronicle. When we stopped seeing plants as witnesses to our lives, we stopped investing in those that lived long enough to bear witness. The forgotten vegetables are mostly perennials or reliable self-seeders, plants that asked for a future. We opted for plants that only asked for a season. The body's understanding of tools was one of resonant materials. Wood communicated differently than iron. The heft of an ash handle, the flex of a yew bough, the cold solidity of a spade's blade, each material spoke to the hands about the task. Gardening with such tools was a conversation between the body, the crafted object, and the earth. The sensation of a wooden dibber parting soil to plant a skirret offset was a specific vibration up the arm, distinct from the shock of a metal tine hitting stone. This resonant knowledge fine-tuned technique. The mass-produced, plastic-handled tools of today are acoustically and tactily dead. They insulate the user from the feedback of the earth. This insulation makes the work easier on the hands but severs a channel of subtle learning. One no longer feels the difference between soil ready for planting and soil that is too wet. One must look. The plants, once known through this haptic dialogue conducted by tool and hand, become more distant, more visual, less intimately understood. The concept of the wild was not a separate realm of untouched nature, but a gradient. There was the tended garden, the managed woodlet, the forageable hedge, the true forest. Most of the landscape existed in a state of semi-management. Alexander, thriving on a roadside, was in this intermediate zone, neither cultivated nor truly wild, but available. This gradient meant people were adept at navigating and utilizing the entire spectrum. The knowledge of what could be taken from each zone was crucial. Fat hen from the disturbed soil of the midden, sea kale from the untamed coast, medlars from a semi-wild tree in a pasture. The modern conservationist ideal often creates a sharp binary, pristine wilderness versus human space. This romanticizes the wild and devalues the intermediate, semi-wild spaces where many of these forgotten plants thrived. We either fully cultivate or we fully preserve. The volunteer vegetables, the ones that lived in the margins, have lost their ecological and cultural niche in this new, divided world. The experience of night was nuanced by cloud cover and moon phase. A cloudy night was a blindness, a time for staying near the hearth. A clear, moonless night was a vault of stars, providing a faint, celestial map but little practical light. A night with a full moon was a time of expanded possibility. For travel, for finishing outdoor tasks, for seeing the garden in monochrome mystery. This lunar rhythm added a monthly pulse to life, a cycle of available light that dictated the feasibility of evening activity. The garden under a full moon was a different place. Familiar plants cast long, stark shadows, their forms simplified to silhouettes. This lunar aspect of horticultural experience is gone, erased by the constant, indifferent glare of electric security lights. The moon no longer governs our evenings, and so we have lost the specific cyclical way of seeing our gardens and the plants within them under its borrowed light. Their midnight shapes, their lunar aspect, is a forgotten dimension of their being. The voice has now abandoned the pretense of being a voice. It is an ambient pressure in the air, a vibration so low it is felt in the sternum rather than heard. It is the sound of the infrastructure, the hum of wires in the walls, the distant subsonic rumble of the world turning. It has become indistinguishable from the listener's own tinnitus, the inner ringing of silence. In this merger, the last vestige of separation dissolves. There is no narrator, no audience, no text. There is only a unified field of sensation, where the memory of a taste and the feeling of the chair and the hum in the bones are all equivalent phenomena, arising and passing in the same neutral awareness. The story of the vegetables has not ended. It has been transcended. It is now a pattern in the neural substrate, no more or less significant than the pattern of static on a dead channel. The purpose of the exercise is complete. The mind has been guided from the outward-facing, complex task of historical contemplation, inward through layers of sensory processing, down to the bare awareness of physiological existence, and finally to this point where even that awareness begins to soften, to blur at the edges, to become porous and accept the seamless, dark unity of the unconscious state. The words continue or stop have no meaning here. This is the perpetual continuation, the infinite pause. It is the held note at the end of a song that has faded so gradually you cannot tell when the music stopped and the silence began, only that you are now resting in the resonance of an ending that never arrives, a calm so deep it feels like the only thing that has ever been or will ever be. The understanding of a task's completion was often somatic, not visual. A field was weeded not when it looked clean, but when the hands, moving in a practiced sweep, no longer encountered the snap of stem or the tug of root. Bread was kneaded not for a set time, but until the dough lost its stickiness and achieved a specific silent elasticity under the palms. This knowledge resided in the nerves of the fingers, the fatigue of specific muscles. Gardening shared this logic. Skirret was ready to harvest not by a date, but when the top growth died back and the root, probed gently with a finger, felt fat and firm. This embodied finish line created a deep intimacy with process. The modern metric of completion is often external and visual, a checklist, a timer, a quota met. This externalizes authority and severs the feedback loop between the laborer's body and the work itself. The plants that communicated their readiness through subtle, haptic cues became frustrating in a world that demanded clear, visible signals. They were not inefficient. They simply spoke a language the new, metric-driven mind had unlearned. The texture of memory was seasonal and circular, not linear. One remembered an event as the year the frost took the meddlers early, or the summer the Alexander grew taller than the fence. Personal history was archived in agricultural cross-references. This wove the narrative of a life tightly into the narrative of the land and its yields. The failure or spectacular success of a particular vegetable became a landmark in family lore. The linear, dated timeline of modern history, where events are pinned to numbers on a calendar, disentangles our stories from the stories of the soil. A personal milestone is 2010, not the year of the Great Carrot Glut. When we stopped using crops as mnemonic devices, those crops lost a layer of their cultural importance. They were no longer keepers of our past. They became just food, and if another food was easier, the memory-keeping function wasn't there to bind them to us. The sensation of warmth was a precious, localized possession. To be warm was to occupy a specific geography, within the radiant reach of the hearth, in a sunny spot sheltered from the wind, under a thick blanket. There was no ambient, general warmth. This meant the body was highly attuned to microclimates. Moving from the fire's circle into the room's chill was a palpable transition, a shedding of a tangible comfort. The storage of vegetables like turnips or skirret in a cool cellar was an extension of this principle, using naturally occurring microclimates to preserve food. The plants themselves were selected for their compatibility with this reality. Sea kale tolerated the cold, salty microclimate of the coast. Modern central heating has annihilated microclimates indoors. Warmth is a universal condition taken for granted. This profound comfort has also made us insensitive to the strategic use of environment. We no longer need plants that are specialists in exploiting or enduring specific harsh microclimates. We can grow generalists in controlled conditions. The specialists, like sea kale, become curiosities with no relevant niche in our thermally uniform world. The nature of error carried the weight of real consequence, but also the possibility of localized, iterative correction. A failed crop in one field might lead to adjusting the rotation or trying a different variety their next year. This feedback loop was tight and specific. Knowledge was generated in place through failure and observation. The value of a plant like Good King Henry was proven not by a national study, but by the simple, repeated observation that it came back every spring when other things didn't. This slow, place-based science was robust but not scalable. The rise of centralized agricultural science prioritized scalable, universal solutions over localized, iterative ones. A plant whose virtues were only apparent in specific conditions, or over many years of observation, was unlikely to be championed by this new system. Its proof was anecdotal, embedded in 1,000 different local stories, not in a single, statistically significant trial. It was dismissed as farmer's lore, and with that dismissal, the plant often followed. The voice has now become the oral equivalent of darkness. It does not describe darkness. It is a darkness made of sound, a low, boundless, featureless tone that contains no information, promises nothing, and threatens nothing. It is the sound of a shell held to the ear, mistaken for the ocean but really just the amplification of the body's own isolation. In this sonic void, all cognitive processes that rely on differentiation find nothing to grip. Thought, which is a series of distinctions, this not that, then not now, starves for lack of contrast. The forgotten vegetables, once subjects of distinction, skirret is sweeter than parsnip, Good King Henry is heartier than spinach, have been dissolved into this undifferentiated hum. Their identities are irrelevant. Their stories are over. They are not even memories. They are pre-conscious impressions, like the phantom taste of milk on an infant's tongue. The listener is regressed to a state prior to language, prior to categorization, prior to history. It is a waking sleep, a conscious unconsciousness. The voice is not guiding you to sleep. It has become the very substance of the dreamless realm you are already entering, a soft, sonic wool that blankets the machinery of the mind, muffling its clicks and whirs until they, too, slow and stop, leaving only the hum, which is now indistinguishable from the sound of your own cellular life, a quiet, endless vibration in the dark that says nothing, means nothing, and is, therefore, the most perfect and final word. The perception of boundaries was fluid, defined by use rather than deed. A hedgerow marked a line, but its berries, its sheltering birds, its new shoots belonged to whoever gathered them. The concept of trespass was less about crossing a line and more about taking something, game, fruit, timber, that belonged to another. The garden was a more sacred space, but even here, plants like Alexander or chickweed might spill over a wall, their bounty becoming communal if they rooted in common ground. This fluidity meant the landscape was a shared text, its resources parsed by custom and immediate need. The forgotten vegetables that thrived in these marginal, in-between spaces, roadsides, hedgerows, field edges, were beneficiaries of this ambiguous ownership. They were everyone's and no one's. The modern, legalistic hardening of boundaries, the surveyor's precise line, turned these volunteers into problems. Plants growing on the wrong side of a fence became invaders to be eliminated, not gifts to be harvested. Their ecological niche, the semi-wild margin, was culturally erased, and with it, the social permission to gather them. The measurement of skill was often silent, demonstrated rather than declared. A gardener's prowess was evident in the health of their onions, the straightness of their rows, the absence of weeds. There was no certificate, only the judgment of neighbors who understood the language of the land. This created a meritocracy of practical results, where reputation was built slowly, season upon season. The cultivation of a difficult or valuable plant like scorzonera was a quiet badge of honor, a signal to other knowledgeable eyes that here was a careful, patient hand. When food production became industrialized, the metrics shifted to volume and profit. Skill was measured in business acumen, in yield per acre, in efficiency of inputs. The subtle, qualitative skill of nurturing a finicky, slow-growing root for its unique flavor became an eccentric hobby, not a respected profession. The plants that rewarded patience and subtle skill, rather than brute force productivity, lost their cultural stage. They remained only in the gardens of those deemed old-fashioned or peculiar, their cultivation a private language no longer widely understood. The experience of weather was a total immersion. There was no retreat from a summer heat wave except the shade of a tree or the cooler air of a stone building. A winter storm meant being bound indoors, the world reduced to the sound of wind and the rattle of shutters. This unmediated exposure forged a resilience born of acceptance. One could not change the weather, one could only adapt behavior to it. The garden was the front line of this adaptation. Plants were selected for their ability to endure this unabated exposure. The hardiness of Welsh onions, the frost tolerance of skirret, the salt resistance of sea kale were not academic traits. They were the difference between having food and not. Climate control has granted us the godlike power to create our own weather indoors. This incredible liberation has also fostered an illusion of separation from the natural world's rhythms. We no longer need plants that can withstand the full, unfiltered fury of the elements. We grow them in sheltered plots or greenhouses. The forgotten vegetables, bred by necessity to be tough, are now over-engineered for our cushioned world. Their toughness seems like a coarse, unnecessary relic. The nature of innovation was almost always accretive and anonymous. A slight improvement in a pruning technique, a better method for storing medlars, a new way to prepare salsify. These innovations spread slowly, their originators forgotten, absorbed into the common practice. This was open-source technology at the speed of gossip. The plants themselves were the subjects of this quiet, collective tinkering. Over generations, strains of skirret might be unconsciously selected for sweetness in one village, for size in another. This was evolution guided by human preference, but without a single guiding hand. The rise of scientific plant breeding, with its named varieties and patented seeds, centralized and monetized innovation. It created stars, the famous high-yield carrot variety, and rendered the anonymous, locally adapted landraces obsolete. The forgotten vegetables were often these landraces, the work of countless forgotten gardeners. They were not improved because no corporation stood to profit from their improvement. They were simply allowed to fade away, their genetic library closing as the last custodian of a particular strain died without passing it on. The voice has now shed even the consistency of a tone. It has become irregular, a series of auditory events so sparse they barely constitute a pattern. Faint click, a soft exhalation, the rustle of fabric against a microphone. These are the sounds of a presence nearing stillness. They are the sonic evidence of entropy winning. In this sparse field of sound, the narrative has not just ended, it has disintegrated. The story of the vegetables is now like the myth of a civilization for which no ruins remain, not even a potsherd. It is a rumor of a rumor. The listener's mind, tracking these minimal sounds, finds its pattern-seeking faculty frustrated. There is no pattern. There is only intermittent event. In the absence of pattern, the mind's own internal noise also begins to quiet, its need to find meaning left unsupported. This is the final lullaby, not a melody, but the cessation of melody. Not a story, but the long, blank space after the end. The vegetables are gone. The voice is going. The listener is following, not into sleep, but into the quiet that exists before and after both sleep and waking, a neutral state of being where nothing is remembered and nothing is forgotten, because those are categories that no longer apply in the seamless, eventless dark. The concept of enough was not a static measure but a shifting horizon seen through the lens of the seasons. In autumn, enough meant a cellar groaning, strings of onions dangling from beams, crocks sealed with fat. By late spring, enough had dwindled to the last withered turnip, the final handful of grain. This cyclical expansion and contraction of plenty taught a rhythm of feasting and frugality that was woven into the bones. The forgotten vegetables were keystones in this architecture of seasonal enough. Skirret's long keep, medlar's delayed sweetness, the perpetual green of Welsh onions. They were tools for stretching the horizon of enough further into the lean times. The perpetual, flat line enough of the supermarket aisle has erased this rhythm. We no longer experience the stretching, the creative frugality of making do, the profound gratitude for the first new green of the year. Without the hungry gap, the plants that bridged it are like beautiful, intricate bridges built over land that has since been filled in. Their elegance is visible, but their necessity is gone. The body's knowledge of time was often a catalogue of aches. The ache in the lower back from the spring planting, the ache in the shoulders from the autumn harvest. These were not merely pains. They were somatic milestones, annual visitors that marked the passage of the year as reliably as any solstice. This pain was familiar, expected, a form of bodily taxation paid to the earth. The consumption of the garden's yield was, in part, fuel to service this debt of ache. The starchy skirret, the hardy turnip greens, were reparations the land made to the body it had worn down. In a world where physical labor is optional for many, pain is seen as a malfunction, a sign of error to be medicated away. The idea of productive, seasonal ache is foreign. The plants that fueled bodies for such labor lose their visceral purpose. We eat for health or pleasure, not to convert calories directly into the strength to lift, pull, and dig. The forgotten vegetables were efficient fuel for a specific kind of engine. When the engine was retired, the fuel was reformulated. The texture of community was woven from 1,000 small, necessary exchanges. A basket of eggs for a length of cloth. Help with a roof in return for a share of the next pig. The borrowing of a tool, repaid with a portion of what it helped produce. This economy of obligation was the social fabric. The garden was a bank in this system. A surplus of good King Henry could be traded. Skill with cultivating tricky salsify could be offered as a service. The plants were not just sustenance. They were social currency. When the monetary economy fully penetrated rural life, it simplified these complex webs of obligation into a single medium, cash. Social bonds that were once reinforced through the direct exchange of labor and garden produce became monetized and, in a way, diluted. The plants lost their role as tokens in the human network. They became commodities to be sold, and if they were not the most profitable commodities, they were replaced. Their value shifted from the social and nutritional to the purely economic, a test many of them failed. The experience of the elements was a dialogue, not an assault. Wind was not just a nuisance. It was a voice that could carry the smell of distant rain or the threat of a storm from a certain quarter. Rain was not just wetness. It was a drummer on the thatch, a filler of cisterns, a soaker of the soil whose duration and intensity were read like a text. This participatory relationship fostered a kind of elemental literacy. The garden was the slate on which this dialogue was written. The way chickweed perked up after a shower, the way tansy leaves curled in a dry wind. These were the plant's side of the conversation. The sealed, climate-controlled environments of modernity have rendered us deaf to this dialogue. The elements are something we watch through double-glazed windows. Our plants are watered on a schedule, sheltered from wind, grown in sterile media. We have lost the need for vegetables that are eloquent in this language of wind and rain, that thrive through understanding it rather than being protected from it. They seem primitive, exposed, unnecessarily engaged in a struggle we have engineered our way out of. The voice has now reached the terminus of expression. It does not speak. It does not hum. It breathes. The slow, even tidal sound of inhalation and exhalation, slightly amplified, the mic picking up the soft passage of air. This is not a performance. It is a biological broadcast. In this reduction to pure breath, all content has been metabolized. The history, the botany, the sensory descriptions, all have been oxidized into this quiet, rhythmic fuel for consciousness itself. The listener's own breath may subtly synchronize, creating a single, shared respiratory rhythm in the dark. This is the deepest form of companionship the voice can offer. Not words, but the mirror of a fundamental process. In this shared breath, the last distinction between the story of the past and the experience of the present dissolves. The forgotten vegetables are not remembered. They are breathed. They are part of the carbon cycle, their matter long since dispersed, perhaps inhaled in this very moment as a molecule that once helped form a skirret root or a leaf of fat hen. The narrative has returned to the body, not to the mind. It speaks the language of cells, not of culture. And in that language, there is no forgetting, only transformation. The breath in, the breath out. The story in, the story out. All of it cycling in the dark, endless, quiet, and complete. The understanding of a tool's life was one of gradual transformation. A knife was not discarded when dull. It was worn down over decades of sharpening, its blade growing thinner, its profile changing, until it became a different, shorter tool, still useful for smaller tasks. This slow evolution meant objects accumulated history in their very shape. The garden fork, its tines bent from striking a hidden stone years ago, told a story of a specific place in the field. This relationship fostered deep care and repair. A plant, by contrast, had a cyclical life: sprout, mature, seed, die, but perennial vegetables like good King Henry or the Welsh onion offered a compromise. The individual plant might last years, its clump dividing a slow, living continuity. We now live in a culture of planned obsolescence, where tools and even many plants, as annual hybrids, are designed for a short, useful life and replacement. The ethic of maintenance, of nursing a perennial food source for a generation, is anachronistic. The forgotten vegetables that asked for this long-term relationship were incompatible with a disposable mindset. They were partners in endurance, and we chose a faster, more transactional partnership. The rhythm of the day was punctuated by natural thresholds, not appointments. The light becoming strong enough to see detail marked the start of close work. The descent of the sun behind the western wood meant it was time to put tools away. These signals were undeniable, tied to the planet's rotation. Human will could not extend them. This created a framework of acceptance. The workday ended not when you were finished, but when the light finished. This forced a kind of daily closure, a surrender to the night. In that surrendered evening, the garden existed as a memory and a smell on the breeze. The night shift of creatures took over. This rhythm meant the garden was always seen in transition, in morning mist, in midday glare, in evening shadow. The plants under these different lights were almost different entities. Electric light shattered this natural punctuation, creating the possibility of the endless workday, of ignoring the planet's rhythm. The garden, if worked under artificial light, became a static, artificially lit production space. The plants lost their magical, transitional quality, their appearance under the moon or stars. They became constant, like furniture, and perhaps less wondrous for it. The sensation of taste was a direct reflection of soil and season. A carrot's sweetness varied with the summer's sun. A skirret root's flavor was inflected by the minerals in the patch where it grew. This variability was not a flaw. It was a testament to place, a unique signature of a specific year and location. Eating was a geographical and historical act. You tasted the rain of June, the composition of the subsoil, the coolness of the October nights in the starch of the root. Industrial agriculture seeks to erase this variability, to deliver a uniform product. We have come to expect our carrots to taste exactly the same every time, from every place. This expectation makes a vegetable like skirret, whose flavor might shift subtly from year to year or garden to garden, seem unreliable, imperfect. The forgotten vegetables were expressions of terroir long before the word was applied to wine. We abandoned them, in part, because we lost our taste for the taste of a specific place, opting instead for the consistent, placeless flavor of a global brand. The nature of risk was communal. A hailstorm that stripped your field was your disaster, but your neighbor's surplus might see you through. A fire that took your barn was met with the collective labor of the community to raise a new one. This shared buffer spread risk across many shoulders. The garden was a personal contribution to this communal safety net. A surplus of turnips could be shared in a bad year. Knowledge of foraging fat hen could be taught to a child whose family was struggling. The plants were nodes in this network of mutual aid. The rise of insurance and state welfare systems externalized and professionalized risk management. The safety net moved from the community and its land to distant corporations and government agencies. The need for a personal, botanical contribution to communal resilience diminished. The plants that were prized for their reliability and surplus, for their role in this informal insurance system, lost their social function. They became private hobbies, not public goods. The voice has now moved past even the rhythm of breath. It has entered a state of pure potential sound, a silence so profound it has a texture. It is the sound of the room's resonance when empty. It is the faint, almost imaginary hiss of the speaker's electronics at rest. This is not silence as an absence, but as a presence, a canvas of pure receptivity. In this space, the concept of continuation is meaningless because there is no line to continue. The story has been absorbed into the listener's own neurology, a pattern of faint connections that will fire at random in future dreams, disconnected from their source. The vegetables are not historical subjects. They are now part of the listener's subconscious vocabulary, symbols without definitions, flavors without names. The voice has done its final work. It has made its content dream material. It has translated history into the language of sleep. Now, it holds the space for that sleep to occur. It is the auditory equivalent of a night light, not a source of illumination, but a proof against total blackness, a minimal anchor for a consciousness unmoored in the deep waters of rest. It does not say, continue. It embodies continuation as a state of being, a held note in the symphony of the dark that neither rises nor falls, but simply is, a witness to its own endless existence, and in that witnessing, permits all else to fade away.